We have $30 saying this is my second year watching Games Done Quick. Absolutely love what you're doing. I figured at this point I should give something back, and I'm so happy to see it go towards beating cancer as well. Keep up the great work and cool runs. Thanks so much, and love from Hamburg, Germany. We have $10. Love this event. Keep up the good work. Thanks for the donations, guys.
So right here is the only other time in the run that we get the nitro, and we're getting it in an actual track, and it gives us a significant boost there through the air. You have to go below the scaffolds. It's kind of intended to be a little bit hidden, but of course it was found very early on in Trials HD.
You'll notice as we go up in the difficulty levels, we're starting to get mechanically more complex tracks. It's harder and harder to find straight lines. There's more gaps and bumps in here that he has to navigate over. And as you go up in the difficulty levels as well, they've also kind of put in little transition segments. You'll see that where you kind of get into the next tier of tracks. It starts off just a little bit harder than the previous tier. Like it'll have the same tricks, but maybe fewer checkpoints, and then it'll start throwing in more and more curves. When we get to the extremes, which we'll have as a donation incentive.
I believe that incentive was met as well.
Oh,
so,
it was met.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, so the first extreme of each HD and Evo is kind of like a hard track with a few less checkpoints.
Yeah.
Past that, it starts getting really crazy.
Past that, it starts kicking you in the teeth when you're not looking.
This is an interesting track here, and we can talk about the amount of physics objects on this. This is one of the first tracks that introduces a ridiculous amount of physics objects. We have about 6 or 7 seesaws and 2 pushers, and you have to be really careful here, because if you land the wrong way, you will. This is completely physics-based, and you'll just completely fall through, or you can get launched backwards. All sorts of things can happen, and you have to use the right speed to make sure you're tipping these at the right parts.
These physics tracks are kind of obnoxious for an any % run because it's so easy to fault on.
They're obnoxious for individual level attempts because they're so easy to fault on. I will tell you that. Those are also tracks where I'm like, you know what? You take my time, you got it. Just keep it. I'll see you on Groundhog Day Returns. Right there, perfect example of a time saver, finding that flat route through the track. He could have gone down below and kind of, scooped all the way up all those little ramps, but that's a heck of a lot slower than jumping up top and taking a flat line.
And many of the track designs, they've designed it so that the top route is the fastest, but that's not always true. So we'll see a couple times in there where they kind of mix up the formula and make you either take a middle or a lower route, which secretly is the fastest one.
This is correct. Occasionally, it is actually faster to take the huge dip ramp, just because of how far you can launch yourself off of it or something along those lines. Mainly, the thing you're looking to do is conserve momentum. That is the key to getting a good time in this game. Get your momentum started, get fast, keep it, stay fast. Of course, don't be afraid to brake when you need to. There are some jumps that do require you to slow down, but it's, it's huge. Momentum is the key to a good time on any track in this game.
And this track right here is a great example of the multiple routes. Pretty much every single section on this track had an up and a low. And the next track that's coming up, which is Tired Hill, is the same. There is so many different routes that can be taken. Okay, we saved that.
That happened.
Feel free to talk about a little bit about our sponsors and our partners, or you can put out some more donations.
Yeah, this week, 100% of Twitch subscriptions do go to the Prevent Cancer Foundation, so if you want to subscribe instead of donate, that is just dandy.
Very nice there.
So on this track, you'll notice there's 3 different lanes, and this is pretty clever because it's the same track that's used 3 different times in the game. On the left side is the beginner track that we played earlier called Groundhog Begins. We're on the Groundhog Returns now, which is the medium one, and the extreme one is the one that you can barely see to the right of the driving line here. And you can see the difference in objects. Some objects are left out and some have remained. On the extreme track, a lot are taken out, and you know it's a pretty cool theme there. It's the Groundhog series of tracks from Charles HD. You guys will remember the save that I did at AGDQ. Right here, we used the exact same exploit. We grabbed the fender there and come back down off the top of that barrel to take the top route.
And while some of these time savers are pretty flashy, he's also doing a lot of really small ones that you might not notice. And over the course of a track, it turns into multiple seconds coming through here. So you might go through here, think, I did a really clean run through, and you're like 10 seconds behind Blaze and Leaderboard, and you're like, what has happened?
Yes, absolutely. Sometimes the difference between 1st and 7th on a track is astounding.
This track's pretty interesting. It's the only track in the entire game that uses these rocks. And I think they were experimenting with this one because I can tell you that these things are not smooth to ride over. Their hitboxes are all over the place, and it's very hard to get a really smooth run on this track.
I use a different word than interesting for these rocks.
Yeah, it's 4 letters long and it starts with F. Just, occasionally it's a gerund. At least that's the word I use, but I don't know about you.
Yeah.
Sometimes if you land really hard on some objects, it's actually possible to get your rider stuck inside the bike. You can get your leg stuck in the bike, you can get your arm stuck in the bike. Just then on the previous track from that drop, we were momentarily stuck in the backside of the bike, but you can really get some comedy from the rider getting stuck in all sorts of positions, and it's just more of the small glitches that are in Trials.
Unfortunately, it was all explained in the sequel with the lyrics to the theme song, Man, Machine, the Fusion.
Yeah, internally the way that the rider is implemented is actually a bunch of connected components, and normally those are kept very tightly bound together by some springs. But you can pretty much tear off part of your bike or part of your rider.
Howdy, can ya?
Especially when you do high velocity impacts into the ground.
Or a tree launches you 50 years across the... We'll get to that, though.
So right here, we're going to be cancelling through this tutorial again, and this is unlocking the bike with the most powerful acceleration, the Phoenix 250cc, and this is the bike that you guys will be seeing me use on the hards and the extremes. It's the more technical bike, and we are going to be going into the hard tracks right now, so you guys are going to be seeing a lot more techniques, some brake flips, bunny hops, back wheel slides, endos, you name it, they're going to be coming up on the next tracks. So again, I'm going to be pointing out a few here. So this is a brake flip as we come down here. And essentially, instead of getting the air there, we're just braking down with the back tire. And on this wall is another great example. We brake there and flip down straight away. And that's a bunny hop over the top of that.
Yeah, as Guy and I were saying before, this bike is not the highest top speed. It has a slightly lower top speed than the Scorpion, but it is the more agile bike, and it accelerates very quickly. So if you can regrip the tires, you can get going a lot faster. And here comes some fun with physics. Good lord, the times I've tried to do well on this level. Oh, oh, physics factory Y.
So yeah, the entire driving line here is physics objects. And I nearly hit it there, but it is possible to keep going and skip across all those platforms. At the end here, we've got another little elevator that I'm going to skip that entire ground section, and we've got a few pistons. And what I'm going to try and do is completely skip that last one and get into the checkpoint.
Yeah. And getting the big time saver through here where you bounce on that plate and basically fly over those first 2 swinging carts is just amazing to behold.
I nailed it once, and then I choked on the pistons, and I was so very angry. It would have been his time. On the wrench, the very first platinum.
I think mine was breakdown.
You'll notice a lot of these wheelie flips. Well, my first hard track.
Yeah.
A lot of wheelie flips in that one. What he's using it for, it's important to note that backflip is almost never useful in this game. You lose momentum, you're basically being counterproductive to going forward when you pull a backflip, unless you get a really, really sick underslide. But those are usually a mistake that turns into something fabulous. You're almost always looking to front flip over things. You can do the wheelie flip to kind of slam down, get yourself down low over a grip. Oh, there we go. Yep. Low over a ramp quickly. It also provides a little bit more forward momentum. And like I said, the conservation of momentum in this game is absolutely huge. So if you're looking to learn this game, the first thing you need to teach yourself is backflips look stylish. They are useless. Don't do them. Flip forward for victory.
This track here, so we're climbing up a mountain, and there's a pretty big time saver coming up here. There's a section that we can completely skip. See if I can get it.
Nice.
Very nice.
What we do there is re-grip the tires and then kind of push forward at the same time as accelerating a little bit to get a little bit more push out of it, and he can skip up over that stump. Again, keeping himself like more of a flat line. Even it's a vertical line, of course, like or an incline, but he doesn't have to stop for that little dip ramp that goes up the stump.
The hard tracks start featuring more and more climbs and jumps as well, where you'll start seeing a lot more emphasis on your throttle control as well as your ability to manipulate both the throttle and the lean simultaneously. So the early tracks, you can pretty much get away without too much leaning. You won't get good times, but you'll be able to make it through here. Once you get up to the hard tracks, it's almost impossible to even finish unless you've kind of mastered the basic mechanics of how the game works.
Yeah.
Big time saver here. We're going to go for a backcourse slide over the crate. We got it.
Nailed it.
Very nice.
That's not an easy one. You essentially have to ride. You have to ride entirely on your back tire there. You can't let your front tire touch at all. And we're going to be playing a lot of skill games now. We have a lot to get through. And this is going to be a refreshing taste here because this is completely different. This is called UFO, and your bike's stuck inside a UFO ship. And instead of accelerating and going forward, what's happening is we're thrusting up, and as we're coming back down, we're thrusting again to decelerate. And we've got to land on 6 of these platforms.
This is probably my least favorite skill game, and you're seeing why.
It's my favorite to watch.
I'm sure it's a lot of my stream viewers' favorites to watch too. Oh, he's going to try and get the platinum on that again, is he? There's a reason I occasionally call this game swearing time with motorcycles. That said, I absolutely love this game. Nicely done.
Very nice.
Well played.
Good.
So these two skill games coming up here, they introduce bike limitations. And on this one, the only controls we have are brake and gas. We cannot lean, so we have to be very precise and choose the right angles to burst the gas.
I call this one as well as the one that only allows you to go at top speed all the time. Basically, this is how the beginners play the game. And it's kind of a flashback to it once you get used to it, and then suddenly all your tools are taken away from you.
Yeah, it is true. Like when you're first learning the game, you don't effectively lean. You just go flat out as hard as you can on the gas.
And this one here, I'm going to be doing one-handed because you don't have any control over the gas at all. So you can literally do this one-handed, and you'll be getting top speed on the entire course. It's all about manipulating each jump, and you just have to go with the track and try and keep bunny hopping and bunny hopping. And because of that, you only have one control. That was actually really lucky. Yeah, we just did that one-handed, guys.
Well played.
You guys on the couch can talk a little bit about this one.
Oh, yes.
Well, they patched the glitch. I don't know if there's much to talk about. You used to be able to launch the ball clear out of the map and then just ride the entire distance. But yes, this is really, really, really annoying to pull. Exactly. I think it's speaking for itself quite well and making me nervous and thinking about the times that I've played it. Well, call it one of those four-letter words. He has enough for the gold. That is golden. Good enough. Get out of here.
Yeah.
That skill game is infuriating.
The trick to that is you basically have to kind of fling the ball so it's up in the air while you're going over bumps, and then catch it back down, but not too much because then it'll slosh back and forward.
This one's just fun.
So this one's hilarious.
Okay, so what the mechanic behind this is, when you bail out of the bike, you can hit the Y button on like an Xbox 360 controller to bail out. And if you hold Y, your rider's hands, like on his model, become sticky. And he'll cling to whatever he can get a hold of. My sentiments exactly.
The sound effects are fantastic.
Yep. My favorite being, ouchie, wouchie, woo. But regardless, please, Ryder, I'm trying to speak seriously about the mechanics.
Nice job.
At any rate, yes, you can cling to stuff with the Y button after you've bailed out, and there's some secrets in the game that where you have to use that mechanic. And this game is also fantastic. It's based on Explosion Man, I believe.
This one's hilarious as well. You have 3 bombs in your chest, and every time you hit a platform or a ceiling, you gain the 3 back. And this is all about using them at the right moments. That right there was a skip that you're not supposed to be able to do.
Yep.
But by doing all 3 at the same time, you can generate enough push to get straight to the top of that platform. And here you can die. It's like a maze, like a 2D maze, I guess, in a way. You can die by hitting these blades, hitting the water. And yeah, this is one of my personal, probably my favorite skill game. Nice, we just got past into the goal.
Well done.
So coming up here is Target Hunt, and this is the fastest silver medal in the entire run. It should take about 10 seconds, but the gold takes way too long, and I don't know why they set it that you only need 10 medals. You need 30, I believe, or 35 for the gold, and all we do is we just go on the top of this and try and hit these. Might have to back up. There's 9. Okay. So it took about 8 seconds longer than it should do, but again, that flipper can be a bit random.
Yeah, if he had hit the tip of the flipper dead on, it would have sent him all the way up that stack where you basically get all the medals and then you're done with the track.
Yep.
In terms of bike difficulty, this is the hardest extreme extreme skill game here. It's more of an extreme difficulty. What we're having to do, let's save that. What we're having to do is we have to burst and grip at the right moments, and the timing is crucial because if you don't get it right, you will slip back down. And we're gonna take the silver there. We were a little bit off the gold.
We have $25 from Master Tom and L. Says, awesome to see a Trials Evolution speedrun. Hey Blaze, love it. Here's from the Netherlands.
So this one, we're on the outside of the ball, and what we're doing here is we're reversing at the edge, and what this does is it causes forward momentum for the ball underneath, and it just basically carries us along. There's a big dip coming up here, which is the most trickiest part on the entire skill game. Nice. Over there. Wow, okay, so...
What?
We just got impacted,
Yeah,
and
we
our
just
blame
got,
was just
a
exploded
little bit
by
of a
some
shaft
explosion.
there. Apparently a physics object from an explosion just came by and clocked him in the back of the head. There was absolutely nothing he could do about that silver.
We were literally at the edge right there. We were half a second away from the gold. And that's about 1 in 1,000 to happen. And what happened there was an explosion caused a sheet of metal to literally propel itself and hit us in the head. And we didn't see it, because blinking, we did miss it. I just have no words. This right here is a glitch. You're supposed to go down and use all these flippers, but instead what I'm doing is I'm just flipping and braking on the edge of the ramp, and then just basically spamming and abusing it like this. And
So
you can
you're
see
telling
the
me
count
this
in the
is an
top left.
intended strat?
Yep, this is an intended strat.
Yeah. Yeah. Going for max score on that one's a little bit more difficult because you basically have to get 2 flips for each one of those, where he's doing 1 for a little bit of safety.
This is called loose screw, and you have to ride in the back wheel as much as you can. If you let your front tire touch the ground, what will happen is the bar on the right will go down.
This is actually excellent training, by the way. A good percentage of the Trials game should be spent on the back wheel with the front wheel up in the air. Like, there's times where the front wheel should be down, but you get a little bit, just like the tiniest bit more speed when you're just riding the back wheel. It's also useful to learn for slides when you're going up a ramp. A lot of times it's better to wheelie up the ramp and then perform the wheelie flip at the top. But if you're playing aisles and you're looking to like squeak that last little bit of speed out of there, like, keep that front tire up in the air as best as you can.
That's because all the bikes basically have rear-wheel drive. Until Trials Fusion introduced the Panda, which was the first 4-wheel drive bike that you'd have in the regular competition.
Yeah, that's great. And plus, you can get better launches when you're like if you land on your back wheel, compress the shocks, and then slam the rider forward. You can get a really good like high-speed, low launch with a front flip. So, there's a lot to be said for learning to ride the back wheel as best as you can. Nice finish, I like that.
This track coming up here has a ridiculous amount of bombs. You will see bombs blowing up behind us, below us. We have to ride over bombs. We even have to push bombs off the driving line. It's one of the more infuriating tracks in the whole game. People that are...
Boy,
It is.
yeah, that's let's see.
But in the
this
spirit
part right here.
Yeah.
But we just rode over about 12 dynamites right there and didn't explode.
Yeah, if you go just the slightest bit too fast, they blow up. Also, that block play or that.
So here the one,
rude.
it's on the driving line, and what we have to do is go really slow and push it off so it doesn't explode.
Also rude. He didn't hang around long enough to see the giant rude at the end.
Yeah, the death animation at the end of that track,
It's
you
spectacular.
have so many bombs just falling on the top of your head, like a ridiculous amount of explosions.
It's beautiful.
And you notice Blaze jumping around a little bit for the final set of tracks. It's because not every track is a good ratio of medals to time for completion. There are a couple tracks that would be decent time-wise, but are very risky, like Trials of Limbo.
Yes.
That's an example of a track which is relatively short, but the odds of faulting are so high, you might not want to do it in an 80% run.
There's a couple of giant gears at the very end that they're not random, but they cause a lot of problems when you land on them.
Yeah, absolutely. And Trials of Limbo is the only track in the game that's 2D.
Oh god, I forgot about that.
And it's
The
completely
perspective
black
on
and white, and that's why we skip it, because of its added difficulty for a medium track just because of that, and the cogs at the end of that track are crazy. Right here is a really good way to explain the bunny hop, so that's left, right, left, left, right, left, left, right, left, and again, it's about 4 in a row right there, and it's a nice way to showcase the bunny hop. We've got another one right there off the end of that at the wall, and we're going to have a 5th bunny hop right here, get on top of this platform.
The bunny hop is probably one of the most, like, one of the most important tricks next to always front flip to know. It gets you across tiny gaps. It gets you a little bit extra push off of a jump. It's just master the bunny hop and you will master a huge part of trials racing. It's pretty damn important. Or dang important. Measure of decorum here. Goodness. Hey, logging off.
Yeah, this is just a fun track overall.
I love this track.
And this track is one of the tracks that shows the crazy amount of ways you can die. There are so many saws here, but I don't know if we could go through them all, but there are so many ways that you can die in trials. You can get killed by lasers, you can get set on fire, you can drown, you can get crushed, you can get flown across the map. There are so many ways that you can die in this game, which it's so funny to see. Right there, I just got over the top of that spinning wheel, so.
You can have logs dropped on your head.
Yeah.
And the game does it all with a sense of humor, so
It is, yes.
it doesn't take itself seriously. It shows off kind of the fun aspects. So you kind of get rewarded at the end of the track by seeing here's the cool way the rider is going to bite it this time. That's kind of a reward for getting through.
And hearing ouch and wouch and woo. Such a beautiful note. Ah, this ramp, the bane of my existence. Yes, nicely put. I'm abysmal at hill climbs. Blaze is very not abysmal at hill climbs. He's very good at them. Nicely done.
You guys will see that there's a timer in the top left, and if you guys are curious as to what that is, it's the IL time, so like your all-time best record. And like we were touching on earlier, the IL strats are completely different to the full game strats. Again, in full game, we're trying to do the most consistent ways to do them. Like, there are time savers that, like right here, for example, I will try to go for it, and it's a back tire over the top of that. We didn't hit it, but there are little time savers like that, and they all add up on a 30-second run. And that's why the difference gets to like 5 seconds in a full game speed run. But like I was mentioning earlier, it's more about focusing on the faults. So we can save this.
Oh, come on. Close.
It's not as bad as driving over the rocks, but those cars are obnoxiously bumpy in very small
Yes.
ways.
Yes, they are. I hate any track that makes me drive over cars. Ah, this is the track my buddy hates. He doesn't like the spotlight. I love this track. It's a lot of fun. You notice he's tapping his brakes there. As I mentioned before, the Phoenix has a lot of acceleration, and when you come to a dead stop, it's very, very easy to just like crank the accelerator and pull your back tire, your front tire up heavily, and that helps him get up over that those oil drums and up on top of that large pipe.
And you'll notice some really obnoxious verticals towards the end of this track. As we get into the extremes, you won't see ninjas today, but that starts becoming more and more of a mechanic where you don't even imagine how can I possibly get a bike up there.
Yeah.
But it's all exploiting the physics of how the Trials world works, and you have to just know it so intimately that you can come up with these impossible grabs and hangs.
And we'll probably be seeing an example of one of those later this evening.
So we just had a huge time saver there.
Yes,
right over
we
the
did.
top of
That was like
box.
very, very, very nice. Clearing those cars is impressive. Notice how tight he was over that. That is,
That was scary.
but that's another thing to learn to do though. The lower you can flip over an obstacle, the faster you're going over it. Like, again, get that back tire on the ground. You want the power moving. You can't have it just up in the air doing nothing. That was a really good run.
We've got time for 1 or 2 donations if you'd like to read a couple out.
Yeah, we've had $25 from Nico54, who's watching from Chile. Thanks for all the great work. You guys are amazing. Love the Trials games. The run is awesome. We have a $100 anonymous donation. Says, had a good day today. Here's a little bit so other people can have a good day too. Thank you.
Sometimes I think the anonymous donations are my favorite. I don't know why, but it's just, you know, people saying, hey, I had a great day. Let me help somebody else out. I love it. That's a wonderful thing. Thank you.
We have $10 from ZZ Lowell. Hi, The Blaze. Good luck with the run. I'm excited to see you showing your true might on stream. Get in.
This track introduces the buoyancy mechanics in Trials, and the physics is enabled on a lot of these obstacles. We're going to be seeing floating crates in the water, and you'll see that the bike reacts to them as we touch them, and it's possible to, if you catch them wrong, you'll catch them on the edge of the angles, and here's one coming up here, and hopefully we can hit this right. Nice. If you hit that too far back, you can sink in there, and the water level will rise.
So that was mostly IL strats. That's a pretty strong time for Arbor Havoc in a single segment run.
Now you notice that the loading screen for each of these tracks has a little bit of a squirrel mascot on there. That is part of the series. Squirrels are used to mark the secret areas of the game. It's kind of like a hidden Easter egg and achievements in there, where you can go through the tracks and kind of collect them, and they're always pretty well hidden in there. In Fusion, it starts getting a little bit more of a dark story of the squirrels versus the rider.
Versus the penguins. And then there's the best squirrel ever. There's somebody behind me who hates it. It parodies Wrecking Ball. It's hilarious.
So the last time Trials Evolution was at AGDQ was in 2013, and on that day the rider was able to complete 57 events in a time of 1 hour and 6 minutes, and we're going to be getting ready for time in a minute. I'm hoping we're going to be able to achieve what's close to 84 today in a time of close to an hour, I hope, so about 25 more, and this is the last track coming up here.
Time is when you see the trophy appear on the screen. That's correct, yes, Blaze?
Yeah.
All right.
Blaze had a pretty good run. You'll see 1 or 2 platinums.
Yeah, maybe a few here and there.
Yeah, we might have got 1 or 2 platinum.
Time.
Just 1 or 2 platinum, guys, not too many.
Yeah. Yeah.
Blaze, let's hear the Blaze.
If you look closely, the platinums are nearly coming outside of the border. Could we get a fault count?
About 10.
10 faults. That's pretty solid for the entire run.
I do believe we had a donation incentive for that.
We did.
Yes, we did.
We are going to do Test Your Might, and what that is every single extreme track back to back to back to back to back to back. So we're going to be doing 7 of them in a row, and it's going to take approximately 7 minutes, but this is the extreme difficulty of tracks. And I'm going to start out here by going on to Out of the Pit, and I'm going to show you guys some glitches in the game that weren't intended by the creators. A lot of people consider Trials, you know, there isn't many glitches, and I'm going to show you guys that there are actually glitches in the game that we just haven't found a way yet to incorporate them into a speedrun. And I'm going to show you guys a few examples on this track coming up. Right, so I'm going to wedge myself here, and you'd think that you're stuck, right? And you have to go back and, you know, accept a fault. But if I do this, I can drive up a 90 side degree. And we call those recovery strats in trials. So right here, we're going to use a glitch where you can go past the finish line, but not actually get the finish line. It might take a couple tries to get this. Nope, I got it first time. Here's the fender hook. You guys might remember this from the SDGQ run, but as you guys can see, we're going past here, and we're past the finish line, and it hasn't ended.
Fender hooks are
we can do a couple endos here, you know, just do those and go over the finish line like this.
Oh, please.
I missed it, but...
Oh, that's a perfect fender hook, too. Beautiful.
I'm going to call that zero fault. I'm going to give that a clap.
Yeah, I agree.
So the goal here is to try and zero fault all of these extremes. And hopefully I'm not going to jinx myself, but let's see if we can do it.
Now that track is the example of what Guy was talking about, where he said like the first extreme track is always going to be more like an upper tier hard track.
So this is not hard enough, right? So we're going to use the micro donkey on this extreme
Yes.
track.
Oh, yes.
CCCC's a tiny pain.
The thing about the micro donkey is there is absolutely zero suspension. So this should be interesting.
It's so amusing.
And trust me, guys, this is 100 times harder to make this look.
This is not easy with a normal bike. And he's doing kind of a gimmick bike that you get as a special unlock. People have gone through and tried to finish every track in the game with this, and it is extremely hard.
It loves to flip over. Ah, no. Oh, what? Oh. The saves.
Wow.
Get in.
Incredible, guys. I can't believe I got that, but that is
Wow.
a zero fault.
That is fantastic.
Bad save.
I think the first time I did that track, I had about 300 faults.
Oh, yeah. All day long. This one I faulted out on. I don't even know if I ever finished this one.
Although Blaze is just destroying these, there is both a time limit and a fault limit. Casual players, you're going to hit both of those many times on a lot of these extreme tracks before you master them.
It's 500 faults or 30 minutes. To give you an idea, you're going to hit that many. Trust me. You don't think you will, but
You will.
oh yes. I hate those split ramps so much. Hey. Making it look easy.
Wow.
Here comes some back tire hops.
There's some good examples of those seemingly impossible verticals.
Yep. Remember what I said about learn to ride your back tire?
So I've been told that if you've never played this game before, it looks a lot harder than what it actually is. And what we're going to do here is we're going to get somebody to come up for 60 seconds and just do this checkpoint. So all we want them to do is bunny hop from this one to this one and get to this checkpoint, right? It looks easy enough. And if they do it, I'm going to donate $200 myself to host's choice. And if they don't do it, I'm going to donate 100 anyway. So let's bring up North.
Good luck, North.
How much time does he have?
60 seconds.
60
60
seconds.
seconds.
1 minute to clear a checkpoint. All
One-
right.
One checkpoint.
So
Come
the
on.
controls are left, right on the analog stick. The throttle is to go, and this is to brake. But you won't need to use the brake. Good luck.
B is, yeah.
You can hit that at any time.
Do a left, right, left on the analog stick. Try and use the suspension, yeah. As you accelerate. It's closer.
Oh. Oh.
He's got it.
Oh.
So for anybody who hasn't picked up the game before, as you can see, it is a lot harder than it looks.
Blaze makes it look easy because he's been playing this game for years, and he's had a heck of a lot of practice.
In a minute.
That's the minute.
Let's hear a round of applause.
Okay, so let's finish this track, and $100 to host's choice.
Yeah, the frustrating thing for most of these extremes is not the individual tricks for an experienced Trials player. It's the fact that you have to do like maybe 8 of them in a row before you get to the next checkpoint. So early on, you can kind of like cheese your way through it. You know, you hit a trick once, you barely make it over, starting the checkpoint again and again. They take that away from you slowly over the course of these extremes until you have to hit them trick after trick after trick in order to advance.
Yeah, because when you're restarting at a checkpoint, you've lost your momentum from the previous trick. So, yeah, you wouldn't be able to make that clear without that extra momentum right there. Skips the very first time.
You guys couldn't see it, but we actually got the front tire stuck on a bit of plywood there, which can glitch you and force you back. So that wasn't intended, but it does happen in Trials. It's the last track here, and this is the longest extreme. This is Way of the Ninja, and it's over 1 minute 30 long. And I'm going to do my best to zero fault this one.
Shoutouts to Breakdown 777, who's another GDQ runner here. This was the bane of his existence for many, many weeks, trying to get this to be perfectly zero faulted.
It's still one of the banes of my existence, trying to get it perfectly zero faulted. I can zero fault it, but not perfectly. My run still looks real ugly. And these boxes are why. Last box. That last box. No. I can do words I can't say while I'm on camera. To itself.
And as difficult as these are, as we start getting into the ninja level tracks, it just gets insane. And there are multiple difficulty levels past what you have in the base game.
Yeah, because they included it the very same. Hang on. All right. They included the very same track editor that they used to make the tracks in this game, in the game. So people have used them to make some infuriatingly difficult tracks. Usually range from, what is it, Ninja 1 to Ninja 5 or something along those lines. Those require stuff like the glitches like the fender hook, under slides, all kinds of fun things. The ability to ride a wheelie backwards up a ramp.
And there we go, guys.
Very nice.
Give it up. One last present.
Before we sign off, we wanna show the biggest glitch that has been found in Trials today, and I'm gonna head it to the couch to explain this one as I try to do it for a minute.
This is beautiful.
All right, basically, this trick, every object in this game has its own physics, and there's a physics bubble around the object. So we try to get fairly close to the object just to get inside that physics bubble and then let it overcharge. Then it starts doing all kinds of crazy stuff. And if you get it just right, it can launch you all over the place.
Oh,
but it's
come on.
completely
Come on.
RNG.
It wants it.
It wants to. And this is completely random. You can have anything happen here.
Should have seen some of the results we got last night when we were checking it out. Closed casket funeral.
And the last thing we're going to do, we're going to show a 16-second clip. And what this is this is the best result possible from this glitch. If I can just quickly load this, it'll only take a second.
Roger.
All right.
Okay, we're good.
Yep, good. It's full screen.
Right, and after many, many thousands, several thousands of tries, and days on end of trying, you can get something that goes a little something like this. We do apologize for the YouTube quality, but you guys will see what's happening here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Straight into the finish line in 16
Get wrecked.
seconds.
New IL world record. Let's go.
So that's a
There
bit
you
of a
go,
time
guys. That
saver.
was Trials Evolution Gold Edition. I hope you enjoyed it.
Give it up.
Run from the Blaze JP. Keep it tuned to Games Done Quick. Raising money for the Prevent Cancer Foundation. Coming up next is Pilotwings 64, a three-way race between Graviton, Ciyon, and Derek Clark. We'll be right back.
No, wait, move the cables. Careful. Well, wait. There's one. Wait. You have a your cart is not.
And that should be good.
Welcome back to Awesome Games Done Quick. Awesome Games Done Quick is a Games Done Quick event held every year in January featuring members of the Speed Demos Archive and Speedruns Live communities. SDA proudly hosts speedruns of over 1,000 games with forums containing speedrun planning and marathon discussions. SDA welcomes gamers old and new alike. You can follow them on Twitter at SDA Speedruns and visit the website at speeddemosarchive.com. SRL is the best site to race video games online against other players of all skill levels. They're also hosting a short series of races starting on January 17th, titled Get Yourself Speedrunning. You can go to their front page, speedrunslive.com, for more information and to watch a variety of speedrun streams. For more information about Games Done Quick, you can follow at Games Done Quick on Twitter and see information about the event on gamesdonequick.com. All money raised goes towards the Prevent Cancer Foundation. It is a non-profit organization that focuses on prevention and early detection of cancer via research, education, outreach, and advocacy. Their staff has worked towards this goal in countries such as China, South Korea, Australia, Canada, England, and other countries spanning a total of 6 continents. PCF has invested over $138 million over the last 29 years and funded more than 480 grants and fellowships. A huge thank to all our sponsors here at Games Done Quick. SomethingArtistic.net offers decals and stickers made to decorate your consoles, walls, computers, and more. $2 from every decal sold this week is being donated directly to the Prevent Cancer Foundation. You can find all their decals, including some designed for AGDQ, over at decal.ly. Since 2005, World 9 Gaming has been the premier computer and console gaming provider for events across the Midwest. With dedicated staff, tournament expertise, and an expansive collection of games and consoles, they guarantee the best gaming experience at the lowest cost for all events, large and small. Check them out at world9gaming.com. Tiny Build Games is an indie developer morphed into an indie publisher. They partner up with indies across the world to help better their games as well as develop games themselves. Check them out at www.tinybuild.com and check out their game Speedrunners, available in the AGDQ 2015 Humble Bundle. And check out the awesome Games Done Quick Humble Bundle at humblebumble.com. Pay what you want for up to 9 games, a Twitch Turbo subscription, a subscription to XSplit Premium, and exclusive merchandise, all while supporting the Prevent Cancer Foundation. That's humblebundle.com. The Yeti is a t-shirt site featuring an awesome new design every 24 hours for a low price. The Yeti has partnered with us for AGDQ 2015, offering an array of shirts from every unit sold going to the Prevent Cancer Foundation. Check out the collection at theyeti.com/AGDQ. That's THEYETEE.com/HDQ. And Turtle Beach transforms your gaming world with a selection of cutting-edge technologies, creating a product that completes your high-definition gaming experience and puts you a step up on the standard headset competition. Check them out at turtlebeach.com. Right away, we have a $100 donation from Program Max, who says, "Wish I could join. Good luck to all the racers on this Pilotwings race. Thank you." And a reminder to everyone, we have a couple donation incentives coming up. We're looking to raise $2,000 towards a Pokemon Green run. That'd be run by Shenanigans, and we would play that immediately after the run by Worcester. We're at $20 of $2,000, so get those donations in if you want to see that run. And we've also just added a run to Name the File of Ocarina of Time. 8 character limit max. It's very low. If you want the name for Ocarina of Time file, you have a very good shot at getting it if you donate now. You're watching Games Done Quick, and we're about to start a Pilotwings 64 race between Graviton, Ciyon, and Derek Clark.
Oh, crap, son. Up there and switch to the
Nope. Yeah.
Oh God. We have sound. I think that's on their end, yeah.
Oh, cool.
Better. I don't think I.
It's the speaker.
Well, nice going, dude. Both of you.
Oh my God.
Oh, it's all right. Can you get back to where you were? We might need. He changes channel input again.
Dude, I did the same exact thing.
We got a couple of tech wizards racing me. I think he's got it.
I was actually really mad.
You might need to be on channel 3 though.
A run
okay, you're good.
At the very last part.
Okay.
Thank you. You guys don't get to rub the coconut.
All right, he's got the extra luck. All right.
How do I move my mic?
Huh?
How do I move my mic?
You have to bend it, kind of. Don't be afraid to bend it. It's fine.
All right.
Just turn down your volume.
What's that? I can't hear you.
All right, yeah. All right, guys. You ready to go?
Guys.
Good luck, my brother.
We're ready to go.
Good luck.
Good luck, Ciyon.
All right. All right, so this is Pilotwings 64. It's one of the it's the second edition of the chillest speedrun around in the GDQ. Everyone behind me is already snugged up and ready to go. But the goal of this game is to unlock the credits, and the easiest way to do that is to get a bronze medal on every tile. There's 12 tiles with a certain amount of levels in each one. So you'll see us getting these bronzes, which require an average of 70 points per level.
Got past the hard level.
So yeah, we got 74 there. That's enough. These first 3 tiles have 1 level each with each vehicle. And you'll see us switching characters from time to time. They have certain pros and cons with each vehicle. For the most part, you'll see us use Goose, but oops, there we go. Hawk and Lark have their own disadvantages and advantages as well.
Goose is basically just like the all-around character.
Yeah.
He's just really balanced in general and
really
just feels
safe.
good.
I'm ready to get down here. So yeah, I missed the balloon. That kind of sucks, but it's not a big deal. Thank you. So this is the first kind of like skip in the game. We're gonna, instead of taking off and flying through these rings, we're gonna just take off and immediately land. And it turns out that gives you the 70 plus you need to just continue. Pretty nice.
The funny thing about how we found this out was like right before Derek actually got on the scene, he messaged Grav on YouTube and just said, "Hey, why don't you try this out?" And it basically just saved so much time.
Came out of nowhere and gave
Well,
me the
it
info.
really depends on the characters.
Yeah, Hawk is a necessity for that. The other 2 characters are actually such that they can't take off in time to land because you need a long enough runway.
Hawk has a little more power, so he gets lift quicker and takes off. And likewise Likewise, you can land them faster.
And you'll see that in several other levels throughout the run. So yeah, this level, you just shoot the 3 targets and land. And you notice that I talked about the instant land earlier. We're going to be doing it hopefully on the next level. And we need 140 points to get our bronze, and we need 2 levels in this tile. So we're going to want 100 points here, hopefully, and then 40 on the next. And that'll give us our 140. But if one of us make a mistake, we might have to change up our route a bit.
I'm Ciyon.
My name's Graviton.
And I am Imperfect Clark, or Derek Clark.
Perfect Clark. Couch, you want to? Oh, yeah, that's right, okay. I always forget that.
This is Nagueria, Adam AK, Laz, Pi, and License to Bill.
Nice. The coconut's
My bad.
the most important. Do it again. All right, so here's another instant land. It's a little tighter.
I got 97.
This instant land is important because you need a perfect score. Like, there's only 40 points available to get, so you can't miss a single one if you want to get your 140. And this should be 40.
So I have to. I did not get a perfect landing there, so I have to do a slightly different strategy here to get the points I need.
We actually are doing a different route than the reset efficient route, because usually we do the gyrocopter levels first because they're generally the more harder ones, and we just kind of want to get it out of the way. But in the marathon, we feel like it's way better just to do this route because it's more funner to watch, to be honest. It's way funner.
Yeah, as you can see there, it's kind of hard to tell where you're at on those vertical rings. The depth perception in this game is a bit hard to grasp with the current graphics, but usually with practice you can get it. I want to land pretty well here because, again, we're going to skip the next level. And a lot of this game has to do with skips, whether it's full level skips or halfway. In this instance, we're going to do a full level skip going right to the end. So we got 100 points on the last level, and we need 40 again. So I'll get to 40 with the landing here, hopefully, and we'll be good to go.
Can we get one donation here? We have $64 from DNTN31. He says, this donation's for my friend Derek, and good luck during his Pilotwings race. Wish to be able to make it out there and show my support in person. Shoutouts to all of the elite crew. I'm looking forward to Gold Knight Perfect Arc and Track and Field 2000. P.S. I'll donate another $9.41 for every 60-point picture achieved by any of the 3 players during the race.
So you see me diving here. Diving is a very important mechanic with the glider. We see us doing it quite a bit. And the most important way to dive is to do it in thermal current, which is these orange circles on the mini-map. They just lift you up in the air with the thermal draft. And you can exploit this by getting massive speed, like I just did there. And it's a tricky maneuver. It takes quite a bit of finesse.
And each character is a little bit different with it, and they each have their advantages and disadvantages.
So I get burned here, because if you don't, you're pretty much screwed for the rest of the speedrun.
Getting burned is just a fun thing to do. It doesn't actually change anything. You don't lose points. But... Oops. There we go. So yeah, I needed 90 points because you need 50 points on this level, or you can only get 50 with these rings here. And if you have 90 plus, then you can just kill yourself here. It's a pretty nifty time skip.
You're going to see me and Graviton hit a wall, but it actually matters how you hit it, because if you splat, which is a trick where you instantly die, he didn't get it, which costs time because he has to watch a cutscene, and I just got it. That's a spot.
Really not much you can do except just aim and pray.
Yeah.
Ciyon was lucky enough to get it.
Complete luck, no skill.
It's about 4 seconds, I think, 4 or 5. It's a trick you want to get for sure, but it's not really something you can control. We've tried to find setups for 2 years, and we've been unsuccessful. Yeah, we're going to do some very precise time-based inputs here to maximize our speed and elevation during these thermal currents. This is one of the major differences between this game and when it was in AGDQ 13, is this level is significantly faster because of the glider boost tech.
Yeah, I think it's over 30 seconds faster than it used to be. So there's a lot of time to be gained by maximizing the boosts. So I also got the bad animation here.
Yeah, the goal of this level is just to get to 400 meters and then land once you finish that. And so we'll be getting that in this last thermal here.
I actually use a different character here. They're very similar ultimately in time. It's just a preference.
Yeah, there's a lot of very minor differences between characters on certain levels that just comes down to runner's preference and how comfortable they are. In this case, I like Goose because Goose is cool.
Yeah, I like Goose way too much to try out.
These
other
guys
characters.
like Goose a lot.
What's there not to like about Goose, man? He's just the
Dude, he's
real
just,
American hero.
Yeah, American. USA represent.
All right, so yeah, this level is kind of tricky. You need a picture of a whale and a fountain.
Shoutouts to the whale.
Shoutouts to BJW. That's a very important part of this level. But the harder part, I think, is coming up. We need a picture of this fountain as we land. So we need to be slow enough, but not quite too slow, so that we take a picture and still are able to land in the center here. And we want 90 points about. You can get 80 if you got 100 on the one before, but 90 is a good mark to shoot for. So here we go.
Alright, I think I'm good. This level used to be so much harder, like way harder, but...
We're pretty neck and neck.
Okay, 90, good.
It's pretty
You
cool.
guys are having a good race.
Same sport. Sorry.
So yeah, the original goal of this level was really bad for a speedrun. You're supposed to fly for 3 minutes and land as close to 3 minutes as possible. So obviously that's like the worst thing ever, and we are able to skip it because we have 180 points or more on the previous two levels. And the landing itself here gives 30 points maximum, so that's why you need 180, because you need 210 to progress with your bronze medal.
We have $135 in memory of Marche's grandpa, who was lost last June of cancer. You guys are amazing. Thank you for all your hard work. And thank you.
And there's 220.
Alright.
So this is kind of the start of the more technical rocket belt levels, and technical levels in general. This level has a couple groups of balloons that are encapsulated in these mother balloons, I guess you can call them. 5 balloons will come out, and you need to pop all 5. The first set is pretty simple. They all just fall down and bounce back up, but in the second set, they will bounce and just start hitting all the buildings and stuff around and go all over the place. So hopefully they go in a good pattern. They can go in a pattern that's really bad, but I got a good pattern there. It's very manageable. And I hit this here, and go right through this.
We have to actually get 97 here for the next level.
Yeah, for the optimal strat, you need 97 because you can get 13 points with these 3 rings coming up. And that will allow us to get 100 points on the next level for our 210. Alright, and now we can just kill ourselves. Another intentional death.
I missed the last ring.
Oh yeah, it's really easy to miss the third ring because it's spinning so fast. And in that case, you just go to land. It's a bit slower, but very safe backup plan.
And you're going to be seeing Grav do this level. We actually, me and Derek do a glitch, which allows us to get 100 points like immediately after like 4 seconds, or 40 seconds, because we want to wait for our fuel to completely get out, or just empty. And what that causes is basically for us to crash and we have to land on our side. I don't really know specifically why it happens, but it just gives you 100 points if you lose all your fuel and just crash.
And this is actually the reason why we're using the Japanese version of the game. It's only on this version that you can do it.
Yeah, I have no idea why it works, but the fact that it works is pretty funny because it's a funny looking glitch. So yeah, I got 38 there. It's a bit faster to do it normally like I did. And
Yeah,
if you do
it's
the
definitely
glitch,
pretty tough, but Grav's, you know, pretty fast on that level, so you can.
yeah, the
He
glitch you
saves
get
like 3
about
seconds.
41 seconds is average.
It's a very easy glitch. So this is kind of where our routes kind of changed. I think Grav likes doing River Run more comfortably, so I like doing Metal Horizon first, which is a very tough level. So
Yeah, like the routes within the tiles, it's all kind of just preference. Like the best way to do it for consistency's sake is to do the level that varies the least first and end with the level that varies the most. So like if you miss points in the hard levels first, you can end up changing your route for the final level depending on if you need this many points or this many points. You want the one that has the most like malleability and the strats the last. But I'm fairly confident in my ability regardless, so I don't need to worry about it. This level, there's not much to it. You just fly through the rings. It looks kind of difficult, but it really isn't that bad. And as you can see, there's a bunch of American icons because this map is actually a miniature United States. It has like the Space Needle and the St. Louis Arch and the Golden Gate Bridge, a bunch of other stuff. Pretty cool.
this is a pretty bad Metal Horizon. I had to turn around twice. So.
Yeah, Metal Horizon is definitely one of the most difficult levels in the game. And if you miss one target, you often have to spend a good 15-20 to turn around. And it's not very fun, but I'll see what happens when I get there.
So I'm actually going in the same order that Graviton's going. Just the preference.
Yeah, the point window on this tile is actually fairly wide, so you don't have to worry nearly as much about like making your backup strats later in the tile.
One of the key parts of this, of figuring out what routes we wanted to use, is determining how much risk to take on landings. And kind of reduce how much time we have to spend getting rings and doing other things.
Yeah, what Ciyon did there, I think he ended up outside of the landing strip, and if that happens, you lose all your points. So you definitely can't have that happen if you want enough points to continue. It's a pretty unfortunate thing that happened, but. See if I can eke around this. No, I guess not. Having my own troubles on this level. It's not the best. I'll do my best to back up strat this though. The ability to improv is much harder to do with Hawk, and I probably should have used Goose, but I was taking a bit of a chance to not have to waste time changing characters, because it takes about 4 seconds to do.
And again, my landing here wasn't, you don't need a terrible amount of points. It's actually 90.
That's a much better Metal Horizon for me.
Yeah, Ciyon had a bad landing, but I also had a very, very bad just general Metal Horizon. So we are still indeed neck and neck.
So you need to get at least 2 meters there. I had to quit out because I did not reach the minimum 2 meters elevation or altitude to pull this landing off.
Yeah, the game, for some reason, requires you to go above a certain height to register that you've actually done the level.
Taken off, basically.
Yeah. Alright, need 13 points here. And you can get 40, I think, is the max on this level.
Yeah.
So you can get a really bad landing and still be okay.
So again, these are a combination of 3 tests that make up one medal, ultimately. Bronze, silver, gold. And we're all kind of going in different orders right now, but we're about to sync up again.
Yeah, I had actually forgotten that Ciyon did not do River Run first, so I was mistaken when I said we were neck and neck, but there's still an insanely high amount of opportunities to catch up, because this upcoming tile It's definitely the most difficult, and there's several opportunities to restart at the very end if you should miss a couple points that you need. The strat I'm going to use is pretty crazy. I'm going to need a perfect landing on all 3 levels, ideally. One of the hardest things to do in the game for sure, especially with the gyrocopter. So we'll see what happens. You have to shoot 20 of these balloons here, and it used to be thought impossible to shoot all 20 without having to turn around, but with some careful routing and lots of practice, we found a good way to shoot all 20 without having to turn.
Definitely regulating your speed a bit is a way you can make it a lot easier.
That was definitely very good.
Yeah, the main reason I did bad on Metal Horizon is because I forgot to slow down early. So maintaining your speed on the gyrocopter is one of the most important things to do in many levels, especially for landing, because so many landings are so precise.
I'm gonna go right in here. Hopefully that's 100 points. Nice. That's one of the 3 perfect lands I'll need. Can't breathe yet.
Alright, so I'm like 20 seconds behind Derek.
So yeah, this level is what you're normally supposed to do is shoot Mecha Hawk. He's a robot that looks just like me, except he's giant, and he runs around. Well, in this case, he swims, and he's very, very random. Let's just say. So it would take like 3 minutes to do him probably. So that's very good that we can just skip him like this. And so what you saw me just do there is the runway is actually too short. The runways decrease in length as the levels get harder, so you don't have enough room to do the traditional instant land that we were doing before. So that's why I had to like taxi turn on the ground afterwards. It saves about 10 seconds compared to just taking off and doing a 180. But it's also a lot more difficult to perform. So I'll try to do that exact same maneuver again. And it's kind of just random how your gyrocopter behaves when you land, because you're not supposed to be able to land in the manner that you are. This could be 60, it could be 59. If it's 59, I'm going to have to restart, which will be unfortunate, but expected. 58, yeah. 2 points short. I need my 210. I got 208. So one of the hardest parts of the game. I'm not too sad that I messed that up. I'll try it again though.
Me and Derek are going to be doing a 3-ring strat, which is basically just getting 3 rings for complete safety. While
we have like
Graviton's
6.
taking a very
we can lose up to
risky
6
strat.
points over these three tests.
Yeah, it looks like I'll probably just do that myself. You know what it looks like because you saw it in the previous level. So I'm just gonna end up doing what they're doing for consistency's sake. It's kind of tricky to, because what happened to me is I kind of got stuck in my animation and I wasn't able to take off. So I would have been locked in that animation as I was driving on the runway. It kind of sucks.
So for us to have a few restarts here and there is not totally unexpected.
Yes.
It's all just kind of a judgment for us of how much risk we wanted to take, more or less, to maximize our time without having catastrophic mistakes.
Yeah, that's why this game is fun. You can just go back and forth, depending on if you're able to nail your risky strats or not. I'll try to land right in the middle here. Don't need to be exactly though, because I do have a few rings of buffer. That should be good though. We'll see what Ciyon is able to do.
I may be.
Yeah, you might be a bit short. We'll
I
see.
need at least 60.
It's kind of a guessing game.
I probably got like 65, which is very safe.
I am still alive. Oh my goodness.
Nice, dude.
That is very fortunate.
Yeah, like you have a general idea how many points you're going to get, but sometimes the game likes to surprise you, and it's very complicated how the game calculates. But for this part, I need to actually focus. This is a really hard level. I just realized I should not be talking.
That is probably one of the hardest levels in the game. Me and Derek are pretty much tied up now, so yeah. Alright, I think I'm completely good now.
So far, so good.
Derek should be good too. He probably got 50.
Yeah, I think I'm okay. I needed
This
I need 50.
was an excellent time. 41
Oh,
is
wow,
very
yeah,
good.
it's very good.
World record's like high 38, so I'll take it any day. So this level is similar to the one that we used the glitch on earlier. There's a ball we have to push into a goal. But this time I'm going to use the glitch myself because the level done normally takes about a minute and the glitch only takes 40 seconds. So in this case it saves quite a bit of time. And this is the Japanese exclusive glitch, so that's why we use this version.
I'm taking it really slow because I know that if I hit one of these walls too hard or one of these spikes too hard, I'm gonna completely kill myself, which is not good. I'm actually intentionally hitting that wall so I can get down here easier.
Alright, got the glitch to activate. Sometimes if you're really, really unlucky, you'll bounce in the perfect way such that you don't actually connect with the ground and activate the glitch, but I haven't had it happen at the minimum height that you must fall to die, so hopefully it doesn't happen to anyone else.
So I was even more concerned in Cyan. I think I'm a little slower in this level.
Yeah, I need 10 points for my 210 and I'll just land here for the easy, I think 30 or 40 points. 40, okay.
A lot of levels differ on terms of impact, accuracy, completing the level as fast as possible, destroying objects and such like that. So every level is different in that matter. So like we might take one landing like a level coming up super safe, or we might take another landing like really easily like a bullseye because it's very easy.
And just to reiterate what's going on with this glitch, you basically, again, you just climb to the minimum altitude you need to die when you land without fuel, and you're like defaulted to 100 points apparently, so you just snaps back to 100.
So this final glider tile is actually unique in that the routing is different than what you've seen previously. Normally we get like 100, 120 for our 210 plus. In this case, we're going to do 2 levels halfway. So it's kind of different, and it just happens to be faster. There's several other routes that are very close in length, just doing certain levels, you know, 2/3 of the way.
Definitely exploring routes on this group of tests was a pretty big project for all of us.
Yeah, it turns out after using some of the thermal tech that doing this level in full is really, really fast and also consistent, which is important for marathon performance for sure. I'll do my last little thermal boost here.
So we're on, again, the final 3 tests.
We want as much points as possible on the pictures because it depends on the number of rings you need on the last level.
Yeah, we start here because the pictures are a big wild card, and they're going to kind of, how many points we get with those, again, it dictates what routes and what strategy we use on the next levels.
Yeah, if we screw up the pictures, then we have to change our route completely. So it just differs level to level.
So yeah, assuming I had perfect pictures, I would get 100 points on this level since I've been doing it normally, but they're kind of difficult to get perfectly, so it might be like 98, 99. We'll see here. And that kind of depends. Like, whatever I get will change how I approach the next couple levels. 100 points is excellent.
Wow, good job.
So that gives me a lot of error, I guess you can say. Like, you know, you have a certain amount of points that you shoot for with the strat that you're using, and there's a maximum that you can actually achieve with that strat. And if you get a perfect on all of those, that's kind of your point window. So we'll see here a little more about that. I think this level or this tile has about 15 to 20 points in error. So like, if you did everything perfect, you'd still be like 15 to 20 above the actual 210 mark you need. That boost is a bit tricky for some reason, but I'm glad I got it. These thermal currents have like their own personalities, I swear. A lot of them have very unique approaches you must take for specific ones. And that one is the second thermal I was doing there is one in particular.
I lost a lot of speed, so this is very delicate operation here.
Good enough to at least get points. I'm not sure if you make it to the center. That's better than crashing.
I avoided it.
But it'll have to
disaster.
change his route quite a bit. That's just part of this game, man. You can't
Yeah, so I'm
make
gonna
smallest
have to
mistakes.
think on my feet here.
Brutal.
That was a very uncommon here, honestly.
Yeah, I went up about halfway here. I coasted on the ground there for a very long time. It kind of sucks, but got enough points to be happy with where I'm at. Need 38, and the landing in this level gives you 30, so I need 2 rings of 5 points each with a good landing to get my 40. So I'll try to do that here. See if I can.
I need to go up a little bit more there because I kind of want 375 just to be safe. Based on the height in this level, it gives you more points.
Yeah, like the height you need for 100 points is like 660 meters. But
so, yeah, our primary objective is just, so this is again another compromise of kind of time, figuring out how much altitude we wanted.
I'm also going to be taking it super slow on this because this, if you hit this at 60 speed, you're basically screwed. You're going to crash. While usually it might differ.
Alright, my time is coming up, assuming I have enough points here. I do not know if I have enough until I see the score though. Alright, my time is coming up. And time. Alright, cool. So we'll see how Ciyon's able to pull this out.
So I'm going to have to get a lot of rings.
How many rings do you think you'll need?
I need 5.
5? Okay.
So fortunately, I feel like I know what I need to do.
Yeah, the bad thing is getting 5 rings compared to the 2 or 3 is quite a bit extra time because there's only like 3 or 4 rings that are within close grasp. The other ones you have to make a bit of a detour to
gotta get 6.
Yeah, and it's good to get an extra ring, especially if you're not 100% sure you'll get a perfect landing, which is very easy to miss, obviously.
Alright, my time's coming up. Okay.
Nice.
Time. Okay.
Sub 30, nice.
How does water flow through the house? I would like the coconut. Alright, I just want to hold it. Good luck for Clark.
This is not over for me, man.
Yeah, he's taking a bit of a tricky route here with this thermal, so hopefully he can pull it out as well.
Alright, I'm about to finish.
Assuming he gets enough.
Assuming I got enough. I have to get an extra ring, so that helps.
Ugh. I think that might be a little too much off.
Yeah, actually, I think I'll be doing this more time.
Yeah, that's part of this game, man.
So I was 2 points short because that landing. So we're gonna just make one more pass here. Hopefully, just wrong level.
Yeah, wrong level.
Man, that metal horizon.
Yeah, one thing I didn't mention actually is you saw him diving left there, and we dive right on other levels, and it kind of just is random whether or not you gain speed going left or right. It's kind of just a physical quirk we don't really understand, but
that'd be a great time for some donations.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have a few more donations. Beer Snobbery gives $50 and says Pilotwings 64 really takes me back. Thanks for running it. Chillest soundtrack ever. Metroid Mist says gives $30 and says the worst kind of punishment would be making people save the animals.
Yeah, you don't need it. Just picture.
And we have $50, my second donation to AGDQ. Super excited for Pokemon, Halo 2, and Ocarina of Time. Save the animals. Thank you.
Alright, let's try this one more time.
Don't be afraid to go to like 50 or 40 if you have to.
Yeah, I just
Probably better.
It's time to be finished here. Peep. Alright, that should be alright.
We'll see here.
Yeah, it's alright.
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 And
Good race. Good race, man. Hey, good job. I'm glad we all made it to the last group of stages together.
Yeah.
Sometimes we'd have races.
that's
and
just
it'd be all over the
Pilotwings. You
place.
can't really fault, too much because the game is pretty brutal when you make a mistake. So I think it was good all around. So thanks for watching, everybody.
So,
I hope
yeah.
you enjoyed.
I'd like to actually take a moment also, first of all, to thank these guys. We've all kind of been like working together, really, talking almost every day, working on these strategies. Graviton's sort of like the father of Pilotwings. He was very helpful with us. He shared his strategies. And also want to thank some of the guys here from the Elite Golden Knight community. Thanks for coming out and supporting me. And dedicating this run to my fiance Lauren. I mean, I'm dedicating Grav's run.
I just want to say hi to EG. That's it.
That's it.
All right. I think we're heading out. Thanks for watching again, everybody. Hope you enjoy. Bomberman 64.
We'll do better watching.
Yeah, so. That was a wonderful Pilotwings 64 race. Keep it tuned to Games Done Quick. Coming up next is Bomberman 64, run by LivelyRaccoon, Footbigmike, and Tomtron. And as we go to a commercial break, I want to remind everyone to check out the awesome Games Done Quick Humble Bundle on humblebundle.com. We are really, really close to $150,000 towards that Humble Bundle. We're at about $148,000 now. And when we reach that $150,000 mark, that amount will be donated to the fundraising total. So we could see this in the next little while, that fundraising total jump up by $150,000. Humblebundle.com. Stay tuned to Games Done Quick. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Awesome Games Done Quick 2015. We're about to watch a Bomberman 64 race between LivelyRaccoon, Footbigmike, and Tomtron. Games Done Quick is an Awesome Games Done Quick is a Games Done Quick event held every year in January featuring members of the Speed Demos Archive and Speedruns Live communities. We're raising money for the Prevent Cancer Foundation. Funding from the foundation has been behind some of the major breakthroughs such as tamoxifen for breast cancer, spinal CT scanning for the early detection of lung cancer, and the HPV vaccine for cervical cancer. And all funds donated go directly to the Prevent Cancer Foundation. You can put your donations towards any of the ongoing donation incentives. One coming up pretty soon within the next day is to see the glitched run of Pokemon Green by Shenanigans. That will follow the Pokemon run by Worcester, and we're looking for $2,000 to meet that incentive, so feel free to donate towards that. You can also name the Ocarina of Time file name in the finale of the run. So if you want your name to be the file name for ZFG's Ocarina of Time run,
dude,
you can donate towards that too.
Practice, and he just gave
He's
to
good.
ours.
Yeah.
He just destroyed us. Alright.
Yep. You want to do the countdown? You guys can do it then? Yeah.
Alright, so this is Bomberman 64. What we're going to see right off the bat is the runners are going to, after mashing through this short little speech, they're going to try to kick a couple bombs. They're going to stop them with the right trigger, and they're going to hopefully stop them in the right position to blow up both the pillars.
Oh. I'm bad.
I'm bad too.
So as you can see, it's kind of a silly little trick there, and it's pretty difficult to do sometimes if your timing's off. So overall, Green Gardens is really just cutscenes, so if you want to go ahead and just read donations now, it'd be a great time.
Yeah, this is like the perfect time for donations.
We just have a $50 donation from Gual, so keep those donations coming in, keep meeting those incentives. Maybe give a roll call for the runners.
Roll call. Hi, I'm Tomtron93.
I am Footbigmike.
I'm LivelyRaccoon.
And I'm Below. If you have more donations, feel free to keep rolling to the end of the stage.
Yeah, we just got a $9.41 from DNTN31. I promised this for Graviton's 60-point picture score on Shutterbug 3. Thank you. And Ashcon91 has donated $10. Stayed up until 4 a.m. just for this race. Good luck on your run, Lively. Baygasm.
So what you saw Lively just do is he was just trying to get a heart from that enemy. Sometimes he gives you a heart, sometimes he doesn't. Just random.
Yeah.
So now we're approaching the first mini-boss of the game. This is Cirrus. This is probably the easiest quick kill in the game. What we're going to define quick kills as for these mini-bosses is essentially we're just going to hit them with a bomb and throw them off. It should be possible for all 4 mini-bosses depending on their pattern. So Lively just got it there.
Whoa. What? Oh my god.
Yes.
He's too strong.
Get the heart.
At least you got a heart, man.
So as you can see, with all of these mini-bosses, if you miss the quick kill, you lose a lot of time. Because they're really random in terms of what they do.
learning this game boils down to just getting that quick kill, whereas learning every other level takes you maybe 2 hours tops from knowing nothing.
So again, this level is just mostly cutscenes. In this level, though, you're going to see them pick up the first power-ups besides the heart, which you saw Footbigmike get on the mini-boss. So in this game, they're going to end up picking up, they're going to pick up at least 1 bomb upgrade, which allows them to have a 3rd bomb. And they're also going to pick up 2 blast radius upgrades. So Lively right here is about, he just got a bomb and a blast radius upgrade, so he needs 1 more blast radius upgrade sometime before the end of the run. Also, if you watch Lively, he's about to get the remote bomb. This allows you to trigger bombs with Z instead of waiting for it to blow up. This saves a little bit of time on this level, and you'll also see that this is what you use for bosses. If you want to read a couple more donations, that'd be a good time.
Keep them coming, guys, and remind you all that 100% of these subscriptions to the Games Done Quick channel will go to the Prevent Cancer Foundation as well, so feel free to subscribe to the channel as your donation.
Now we're approaching the first boss of the game. This first boss is the dragon. He has 3 attacks of varying speeds. He can either fly under the bridge, which is his slowest attack. This wastes the most time and runners don't want that at all. He can do the bite attack, where he will just, he'll stop and he'll attempt to bite Bomberman. Both of those first 2 attacks, you can get 1 part of damage out of them. Or you can breathe fire, which in theory you can get all 3 hits on him in 1 cycle. But that can be fairly difficult as the angle that he attacks from and where he stops from is random. Alright, so Lively's got the 1 cycle there. That was really nice. That's really not easy to do all. Alright, so Tomtron just got the bite attack. For all these bosses, the hitboxes don't look kind of like you would expect them to. For this boss specifically, you're almost aiming for the neck area as opposed to anywhere else on the dragon. What? So what you're seeing on Lively screen is you're seeing what is called a bomb jump. In this game, Bomberman doesn't actually have a jump button, but what you can do is you can use a bomb, 2 bombs, to stun yourself and to knock yourself back onto another bomb, which just somehow due to the physics of this game allow you to push forward. And so then you actually end up jumping over a wall. So Lively right here is on Artemis now. This is another quick kill. What you have to watch out for here is that depending on where you kick the bomb, it can be in a bad spot where it's really difficult to run around. We'll see what happens here. Alright, so we got it. So what you're seeing here on the Lively screen is you're seeing a 3-bomb jump. This is basically the same mechanics as the 2-bomb jump, only the 3-bomb jump allows you to get considerably higher. You're going to see these throughout the run as well. So this level that Live is in is probably the hardest platforming level in the game. What he's about to do is he's going to skip over the stairs. Okay, so he didn't get that. That's a really difficult timing. You're going to see all 3 of our runners are actually going to use different strategies in this level. Footbigmike's going to do a 3-bomb jump once he gets up to that platform. Tomtron's going to do a strat that I actually just learned about this week, where he's going to run along essentially the gate and hop over. Alright, so Lively got in there. So what you saw Tomtron just do is actually a clip that allows you to just, instead of doing the bomb jump up the stairs, you just clip up. So Lively now is on the fish boss. This boss is the one that has the potential to waste the most time, because this first cycle he's completely random in the directions he moves, and kind of like with the dragon, his hitbox isn't quite right. What Lively's hoping for is the attack he just got. This will allow him to hopefully get 2 hearts of damage out, and he got it. The other attacks the fish has is he'll do a splash attack where he'll swim under the bridge, and he'll just splash a bunch of bubbles. And then he also has the cutter attack where this wastes the most time, where he'll just swim back and he'll end up cutting the bridge. You can't actually hit him during that attack. Now the Tomtron got 2. So now we're in Red Mountain. This is probably the favorite of most runners, I would say. So what Lively's going to do right here is he's actually going to put down a bomb. This is going to hopefully despawn a cone enemy that spawns at the top of the stairwell. So the attack Footbigmike just got, that's the cutter attack. As you can see, this wastes just so much time. Alright, so Lively right now is approaching a run. This is probably the hardest quick kill of the game, I would say. He has the potential to completely ruin you having even a possibility of getting a quick kill. If he doesn't give you the chill attack before he gets to the little block, then you're just not going to get the quick kill. He also can put down a bomb and kind of hop himself forward, which just makes it more difficult. So, you just saw a really nice recovery by Lively, because Orion had a really strange bounce there, but he was able to recover.
In times like those, you can use your own body as an extra bounce to force them over the ledge.
Alright, so Tomtron just got the quick kill like you'd expect to see normally. So at the end of this level that Lively's on here, there's going to be a bunch of enemies, and they could potentially be in a really bad spots, and it can be really difficult. If you have 2 blast radius upgrades at this point, you can actually just throw a single bomb over, and it's a whole lot easier to do it. But if you don't, it's considerably harder. Just throwing a pumped up bomb. Okay, the enemies were nice there. Sometimes they'll just sit there and spin for a while. So, Mike just got a bad Orion pattern there. So this is the Heat Avenger boss. This boss basically until you destroy something, he only does 2 main attacks. He can either punch or he can spin. You hope for the spin attack, which Lively just got. Because the punch attack, you can only get roughly 1 hit in every time he punches. The spin you can kill in the 1 cycle. So the attack Tomtron just got through. I want to go ahead and read donations. Now's a pretty good time. There's not much to explain for a little bit.
We have $5 from P. Cole 44. He says, "Hey Tom, speed friend. Show those casuals how you speed game down to the Outback, mate. Love your pal, P. Cole 444. Donation goes to filing Ineb for a link to the past. I'm up way too late. Cancer is bad." We have $15.01 from Abigail. He says, "This game defined my childhood, but I wasn't good enough to get to the last world. Great to see the AGDQ. This is my second donation, donating towards Kingdom Hearts song Bid War. Looks like you guys are gonna sing Go the Distance. Channel your inner Michael Bolton." And we have $25 from Alex Neal. He says, "Bomberman 64 was part of my childhood. Thanks for running it. Enjoyed all of AGDQ so far. This $25 is going to naming Link in Ocarina of Time, Becky, in honor of my girlfriend, who lets me watch this 24/7 without complaining." And a $50, keep up the good work of solving video game entertainment in an expedited manner for a positive cause. Several sleepless nights have been had to enjoy this entertainment, so here's some money to put towards saving the animals in Super Metroid. They would save you if they could.
So what you saw Tomtron do on that last screen is he actually threw a pumps-up bomb to blow up a house that's below. This is actually something I just learned about recently, and by blowing up that house, you reduce the lag in this level significantly. It's believed that it could even save a matter of seconds just because of the lag. So now, Lively, after this level, we're going to approach the Regulus, the mini-boss. This quick kill can be kind of finicky sometimes, mainly just in terms of you have to go really fast. And what you're going to hope for is you're going to hope that he charges at you immediately. He doesn't always do it. Sometimes he'll just sit there and spam bombs for a while. Alright, so Lively got it. Tomtron got it as well. So something interesting to note about Bomberman 64 is that these runners currently are running on a normal mode, but there's also a hard mode of the game where the boss health is increased. The ice physics, which is the level that Lively's in now, they're dramatically increased. And it's a lot harder as well. Also in Red Mountain, I believe the fire is a little bit more potent. For this run, they're only doing normal mode because it's not as good of a race for hard mode due to the boss RNG. It becomes amplified with the extra health. In this level, really what you worry about is the penguins. There's going to be a penguin at the end of this level who can be in a really bad spot, and it can be really difficult to get by. There's also a small enemy that can punch you off the cliff if you're not careful, which Lively was aware of, because he was in a really bad spot there.
One thing we forgot to mention is that at the beginning of every level, they zoom in the camera, and that's to reduce lag, because this game gets very laggy, and that can cost several seconds, so that's why they zoom in at the very, very beginning of every level.
So now we're approaching the boss, which is called the spider boss. He's not that bad of a boss usually. The only thing you have to worry about with him is that he can do an attack where he'll jump on the wall, which will waste time. The main thing with this boss is just getting used to the ice physics, because these runners will make it look pretty easy in terms of just maneuvering, but it's not easy at all.
$20 if you 5-card Black Fortress 1.
No.
Alright, so once you beat any of the 4 main base levels, which is, we didn't mention this earlier, but you can actually do those in any order that you want. In this level we do it, or in this run we do it as it's intended, but in 100% we actually do it differently. So what you're going to see on Lively screen, you're going to notice that he has a heart. This is really important because there's going to be a trick at the end of this level, which is definitely the best trick of this game, where he's going to need the heart. So what he's doing right now is he's just kicking bombs to skip over these little platforms. You only need to do it every other stage because the ramps are on the other ones. So what you're going to see Lively do is he's going to do a triple bomb jump up here. This is slightly risky because there's an enemy that could theoretically just camp you out right here, and he nearly got him, but he didn't. The other way to do it, which is about 3 seconds slower, is just to go up. You're just going to do one more, you're going to skip across one more platform. What Lively's going to do right here is he's going to get remote bombs, and I'll just kind of let this speak for itself. Alright, so Lively got the skip. So basically, essentially what happened there was he, by damaging himself with the bomb and having the heart, he actually didn't lose his health. Or he lost the heart, but he didn't die. And when you fall off the ledge, the physics in this game just go insane, and then you can just kind of float across. What there is a couple cutscenes, and there's actually a mini-boss fight that you have to do. And you also see that they kick a bomb. If you don't kick that bomb, you actually can't end the level when you're sliding like that. So, this is Harvester. This is by far the worst fight in the game. He's really random, he's got a lot of attacks, and he's very prone to just screwing you over with the pattern he gives you. The main attack you fear on Harvester is you fear the missiles, because the missiles aren't like anything you expect to see, and they can kind of stop in midair, they can change directions, they can do whatever you would think that they physically couldn't do. So Lively had a really good fight there. That was a really impressive missile dodge by Tomtron there. Yeah. Harvester can also just do what he did to Tomtron there. Oh no.
Damn.
So unfortunately with Harvester, when you get the last hit in, he doesn't die immediately. So the missiles can actually kill you, which just happened. So Lively's on Black 3 now. This is, I believe, is the longest platform level of the game. So what happened to Lively there is he didn't go far enough down the stairs. So when you have that, when you do the triple bomb jump, there you can usually do it from that point on the stairs, but it depends on the height of that third bomb when it explodes. So it's just random how low you need to be on the stairs. actually a slightly new strat that we learned here that Lively I don't think is going to do. But essentially you can actually walk through the explosion of that bomb by getting yourself stunned at the right angle. I believe that was just discovered yesterday.
That death was intentional. By gaming over, using a continue there, it saves me having to go back to the start later on if I accidentally die, which could save upwards of 2 minutes.
So as you kind of saw there, those enemies can be really bad spots on the bridge, but Lively was able to handle it well. What Lively is about to do is kind of a small time saver. He's going to pick a bomb, and he's actually going to throw a big bomb into that explosion. The only way to actually destroy that door is either with red bombs, which you don't use in this run, which allow you to tack on more blast radius upgrades, or to destroy it with a big bomb. But by kicking the unpumped up bomb, he's actually able to blow up the big bomb faster. It just skips the 3 seconds that it just sits there. So this is going to be Altair for Lively right here. This first phase, the quick kill is random. There, you have to watch out for the laser enemy. If he's in the wrong spot, you can't quick kill him, but he usually is at a decent spot. So what Lively's going to do is he's going to just kind of stand there for a while and wait for Altair to get over. And then he's going to run right, kick a bomb into him, and hopefully throw him off. So we got it there. That was really good RNG. So now he has one more phase.
Time is coming up.
So I'm going to have to ask for serious time here, because this is definitely the hardest part of the game right here.
I'll finish you!
Alright, get ready on time.
Time.
And time. Alright, so we got it. So yeah, that last quick kill isn't too bad. Basically what they're doing is they're holding up and they're mashing A, and that'll allow you to stun him quickly. And then once he's stunned, he pretty much never gets out of it. Alright, so Tomtron got the first phase quick kills one.
Oh. No! Oh. Wow. Oh, unlucky.
So Altair also has kind of the same mechanic as Harvester, where he doesn't die immediately, and the laser enemy can actually kill you off after he falls off the edge, which is unfortunately what happened to Footbigmike and nearly happened to him again. All right, get ready on time for Tomtron. Time. Also be ready on time for Footbigmike.
Time.
Unlucky, man.
Dude, he played really, really well.
Yeah, you got all the bad RNG.
watching Games Done Quick, Awesome Games Done Quick 2015. That was Bomberman 64 by Lively, Footbigmike, and Tomtron. Keep it tuned. Keep on donating and subscribing, and thank you so much to those who have already done. Quick reminder to check out humblebundle.com. We're very close to getting the $150,000 mark on that Humble Bumble. Coming up next is going to be Spyro the Dragon by ChrisLBC. We'll be right back.
Okay, Spyro the Dragon is coming up next. We are going to head to a Twitch commercial. So there you go.
Great Bomberman 64
Welcome
race,
back
guys.
to AGDQ 2015. We are currently setting up for Spyro the Dragon. Awesome Games Done Quick is a Games Done Quick event held every year in January, featuring members of the Speed Demos Archive and Speedrun Live communities. SDA proudly hosts speedruns of over 1,000 games with forums containing speedrunning planning and marathon discussions. SDA welcomes gamers old and new alike. You can follow them on Twitter at SDA Speedruns and visit the website at speeddemosarchive.com. SRL is the best site to race video games online against other players of all skill levels. There are also a short series of races starting on January 17th, titles Get Yourself Speedrunning. You can go to their front page, Speedrunners Live, for more information and to watch a variety of speedrunning streams. Thank you, Jagger G, for your $2 donation. This is a gem from my childhood and defined my adulthood, apparently. Hope some year a real category gets ran. Let's make it happen, Mike. Thank you. Something Artistic is another one of our sponsors. SomethingArtistic.net offers decals and stickers made to decorate your consoles, walls, computers, and more. $2 from every decal sold this week is being donated directly to the Prevent Cancer Foundation. You can find all their decals, including some designed just for AGDQ, over at decal.ly. We just received a $30 donation from Alex63. Thank you, Alex.
Hello? Test. Can you even hear it?
There's no
move,
game audio.
move left to right.
There is no game audio. Oh, it's kind of quiet.
Turtle Beach transformed your gaming world with a selection
should be
of
good.
cutting-edge technologies, creating a product that completes your high-definition gaming experience and puts you a step up on the standard headset competition. Check them out at www.turtlebeach.com.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go. All right. Start your game. All right, so I'm ChrisLBC. This is going to be a 120% of Spyro the Dragon. This is a classic game for the PlayStation 1. It'll be a good watch. I'm mostly going to be focusing on the run because the movement in this game kind of it's a little tricky. So Saboom will be doing most of the explanations throughout this.
Yep, that's right. The first thing probably just to mention is this is 120%, only because that's just what the game goes to. So there's not actually a 100% run, it's just 120%. There's like a bonus level at the end that we'll be doing as well. And this is the first dragon, Nestor. You can't skip the cutscene here. There's 80 total dragons. Luckily you can skip all the other ones. And Chris right now is doing the first secret in the game. A lot of the secrets you won't hardly even notice because they're not quite as obvious as that. But yeah, that unlocks the first flight level of the run. But we'll have plenty of time to talk about flight levels. The thing I want to hit first is actually that I haven't told Chris this, so no pressure, man. But I will donate $250 if Chris beats my PB in this run.
I'm actually on SDS.
Oh,
This
really?
is like 2.5 minutes.
Are you?
Yeah.
Are you on it? Should we?
Can we like?
Okay, just gotta roll with it, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, that makes it a bit harder. He's not on the right console option, but that's not gonna affect the run at all.
Yeah, the loads are just gonna be a little bit off. Definitely can't record with this. Oops.
But no biggie. It's marathon
Yeah.
luck. But yeah, so I mean, I've been kind of trying to think of what exactly I want to commentate about this run this entire week, and I've kind of been, you know, floating around about a couple things. But one thing I definitely want to hit is just how optimized and how refined this run is in this game as a whole, and just how actually good Chris is at this game. And it starts all the way back in like 2008, 2009. There were a group of YouTubers that kind of were really planting the roots for this game as a speedrun. There were a community that kind of had this like I am a speedrunner thing going. It was like this series. It's a bit of a tournament. They would do various games. Spyro was included. In fact, some of you who may know Samurai Man actually got his start participating in this like IS thing. I'm a speedrunner. But yeah, so that kind of laid the foundation. From there, in about 2010, 2011, Surreal, Crash 41596, and Reese 36 something numbers kind of took it from there. They took it a bit more seriously, and Surreal for a while was the reigning champ in this game until about 2013. It might have been later part of 2012 for you, Chris. Him and Tuval. Tuval is a runner who will definitely come up a few times. In fact, I'll try and just make a mention of his larger finds because every other word out of my mouth would be Tuval if I were to mention everything that he's found in this run. But yeah, so really from about 2013 to present era, it's been Chris and Tuval who have just really came in and just dominated this category, beating Surreal's time by about 15 minutes now. So yeah, anyways, just a bit of an introduction there. So as you see, we're getting going here in Dark Hollow. And one thing to point out, in this game, it's largely just collecting gems. You'll see a little Tinkerbell looking thing following Spyro around. His name's Sparks, he's a dragonfly, and he just picks up gems basically. He also functions as your health. He's gold right now, which means he's at full health. As you see, actually, Chris just killed a frog. Frog just killed a Chris, and a butterfly appeared. We call those fodders. That actually gives you more health, but since he's at full health, it didn't do anything. There's another one. In fact, those frogs are really trolly. They're known to get in the way in that pit. So yeah, throughout the run, Chris will actually be doing some intended damage abuses and things like that, so you'll definitely see Sparks not at full health. That's basically that functionality. So yeah, what you're gonna see is just a lot of refined movement. What this game is largely based around is charging and maintaining momentum with the charge. In fact, there were a few jumps in that level that really weren't intended to be possible. I'll definitely point out some more as they come along. Right here, you're gonna see a flame charge. He flamed that Nork and then charged immediately, and what that does is that actually produces a homing effect of the gem from the enemy. Instead of it popping up into the air, it just homes right to him. And because this run is so based around just collecting gems, if you can get that homing effect, in fact, there are several different ways to make gems home in. As you can see, I mean, charging things, they just home right in. And right there is a bit of an interesting little jump. In this game, there's surfaces that you can't quite stand on, but Spyro kind of rolls on. And during that roll, you can actually jump right out of it. But yeah, so a bit more about flame charging. I'll definitely be touching up on that throughout the run as it comes up a lot. But in a lot of cases, you can actually flame an enemy that can't be charged and get the homing effect out of it. That's how that really comes into play. A lot of the time, you'll see some flame charges done on things such as that. You know, that's okay. So it's pretty hard to do. I should point out it's quite a precise timing to the trick to get the gem to home in. Sometimes you'll see flame charges done on things that don't need to be done, just in the effort of just saving a few frames. You know, it really comes down to, see, that was one right there. Just minor optimizations in this game. Probably a big thing you're noticing already, as some of you, viewers at home who may have just casually played this game, you may remember kind of going through the game just sort of at random, just running around. As soon as you see something, you just collect it and just go from there. But as you can see, Chris at any given time knows exactly which gem he's going for. There is not a single gem that's like unrouted. So to the very gem, this run is planned out. So you'll see just these levels go by very, very quickly. Hopefully there's no looking around for gems. Every once in a while something like that will occur, and that's probably the biggest way to lose time in this run, is if you lose track of a gem. And sometimes Sparks won't quite get it, or something will come up. There's also a bit of RNG to the gem. To the gems sometimes. Sometimes they'll pop out of like a chest, and They'll just go all over the place. In this room, you'll see just how much you can sort of manipulate the charge. Very, very nice. He got all the chests there in one go. Even though they're sort of lined up next to each other, he just cut the center and just got all of them. That's quite hard to do. If you want to read a donation, I think.
Sure.
That would be a good time.
KJ, thank you for your $150 donation. Hey everyone, KJ here. Thought I'd finally drop my donation for this AGDQ. Good luck to Chris, Roach, and Nitrof on their runs, and a huge shout-outs to Chris and people on the couch. Let Chris, Nitrof, and Saboom decide where the money goes. Also, try hard.
Yes, KJ.
Thank you, KJ.
You guys want to do a roll call on the couch?
Sure. I'm Saboom.
Kanapaki.
I'm Katie Lady.
I'm Nitrofski. We decided the money would go toward Korean language for Jak II.
So another little hub section was there. Those thieves with the red gems are unique to this homeworld. In fact, you'll see a lot of unique, just clever sort of ways of picking up gems that the game designers had in mind. A lot of those which didn't translate to the following games. This level is actually the first that's going to showcase a fan chest, as we call it, but that'll be coming up a little bit later. There's a bit to explain with those, so yeah, all on good time. Here is a spring chest. I think there's already been one of those, but basically with those you just flame and the gem pops up. Chris just does a real small, like short jump and just collects the gem really, really fast and easy. Right here, he's going to jump from the third step, which is a pretty tricky jump. That actually involves another technique, which I should definitely touch base on. Charge gliding. In this game, as I talked about, it's a lot of preservation of momentum. And if you jump and then do a charge glide, so basically start a charge, which would send you downward and not really get you very far, but if you cancel that out with a glide, it basically kicks off your glide with a lot of speed and gets you a bit of extra distance and even a little bit of extra height. And sorry, that was the fan chest. The thing he flamed 3 times. Those will be, you know, all throughout the run. And those actually have an interesting mechanic to them, which well, that'll be showcased in the first level of the second world, which is coming up pretty soon here. That was Town Square. I'm sure everybody noticed the 666 gem count there. That's how the route works, funnily enough. And here we have an out of bounds, which nice, almost missed it, but nailed it.
That was close.
That was a recent change in the route to do Toasty last like that. Yeah, the Dragon Head was actually open, so he didn't really need to enter that way, but it saves about a few seconds to just enter from the OOB region there. This game doesn't really feature a lot of out of bounds like that. It's a pretty solid game. There are a lot of places where you can get out of bounds, but it doesn't really help.
Sparks is trolling me.
Yeah. So as you can see, Toasty requires a lot of flaming. Fortunately, this dog right here got it. He manipulated the dog to just jump off the edge. And in this game, if a gem goes like in the death box, it's just given to you. So yeah, a lot of flaming. He was kind of doubling up on some of the flames, you know, hitting dogs, hitting shepherds simultaneously. And this is the first boss, I should point out. There's a boss per world. This is Toasty. Pretty basic bosses in this game. They're really not difficult. Just getting a couple flames in on them. Solid.
That was pretty good artisans.
Another thing to point out, you'll see Chris freeze this dragon. See, as he kind of tried to turn around. When you free a dragon, Spyro has a set point to which he walks to in the cutscene. And if you free the dragon from that angle, you'll actually have Spyro walk like a minimal amount of minimal amounts of distance to that set location, and that saves time on freeing dragons. That's actually something that took me a while to pick up on. In fact, I don't know if I could even accurately explain that all too well, but I'll try and make a point of just pointing that out as it comes up, because I mean all dragons really, some of them are the point in which you want to be is sort of a given, such as the first dragon coming up here. But yeah, this is something it took me a while to sort of realize. I was like, oh wow, as he saves it from the front, Spyro just walks straight to that place. You can save or lose a total of probably like 15-20 seconds just on optimizing your dragon collection. It's pretty crazy.
I'd like to mention a $1,000 donation from Exotic Mandibles. Wow. Good luck, ChrisLBC. Really enjoying the commentary from Saboom. I'll donate another $500 if Chris gets credit to Skip. Thank you very much, Exotic.
Thanks for that donation.
Much appreciated, yeah. Alright, so there was another fan box in this level, and the mechanic of the fan boxes was the thing I wanted to point out. As you'll see coming up pretty soon here, he actually hit an enemy with that fan box. When you flame a fan box for the 3rd time and it blows up, it releases the top bit of the of the fan box. So like that shrapnel piece kind of just gets ejected out, and it actually auto aims onto enemies and treasure chests and things like that. So and again, wow, that was quite good. Another dragon, which is pretty difficult to release from the optimal spot there. But as you can see, there's a pink gem just sitting there. That pink gem is usually an enemy, but if you flame that fan chest, and it's not extremely hard to do, so it's something that a lot of people probably did casually because of the auto aim. It's not very precise, so you kind of just flame that fan chest, and a lot of times people, it's funny because people will see the pink gem just sitting there, and then like another time when they're going through the game or something, they'll see the enemy, and it's confusing them. They're just like, why is it sometimes just a pink gem, and other times like I have to kill an enemy? That's because that very first fan box in the level takes care of that guy. Okay. And a big thing about Dry Canyon is, as you saw in the first half of the level, a lot of the time the way the levels are constructed, you can basically, you can get all the gems as you're sort of going through the first time, but because the levels are so wide and open and not very linear, a lot of the time he'll be leaving gems behind to sort of comb through in a straight line and then comb back through at another point to just sort of form like 2 straight lines. It's a lot better than just running around like in a circle a bunch of times picking up. You see, there's more instances of just leaving some gems behind. He left that one, so as he kind of goes through, a lot of the time he'll just be hitting the same spot twice, and sometimes that's necessary, other times again it's just for like optimizing the level route. A quick donation here would be good.
Thank you, Foyne, for your $25 donation. Thank you all for what you do. Thank you for the French Restream. Thank you to all the runners. What you do is wonderful. And $25 from Hunted. Such a beautiful couch. Good luck to Chris, Roach, and Nitrof on their runs.
Alright, so right here, that's not an intended jump. Chris makes it look easy. That's actually a jump a lot of people struggle with as they're first picking up the game. And Clifftown is full of them, let me tell you. Coming up right here again. It almost looks as though that's intended because the gems lead that way, but that is definitely not supposed to be made. Again, not exactly a jump you're supposed to be able to make, but a lot of jumps in this game, and a fourth one that is not intended. A lot of jumps in this game can sort of just barely be made.
Okay, there we go.
That rocket is not supposed to be flying from right there. So yeah, a lot of jumps are like just barely out of reach. It can be made easily using just the momentum keep in this game. In fact, a large part of what Chris contributed to the game was the movement, just like maintaining that momentum, you know, just making full use of really delving into the charging and the jumping, and just there's some really fine-tuned sort of movement that's involved in this game. And it's one of those games you can tell just a clear difference between like a very experienced player and you know, somebody just kind of starting out. The casual player Spyro is very basic. It's just like circle to flame, X to jump, square to charge, but there's a whole lot more going on.
Very nice vultures.
Yeah, that was a really good section. In fact, one more thing to say about Clifftown. It was probably one of the latest changes to the route. As you can see, he kind of finishes this part up at the end. This was a recent change. In the past, it ended way back at one of the rooftops he was on, but this turned out to be just a few seconds quicker.
Thank you, ESG Puppet Master, for your $25 donation. Hey man, it's me, ESG. Very excited to see the best Purple Dragon game being run at GDQ event. So best of luck with the run. Oh, and give me 10 nights in the Haunted Towers and I'll donate another $25.
10 nights? Alright. Let's see what we...
Puppet.
Yeah, that's pretty hard. Let's see what we can do for you, Puppet. So coming up is World 2's boss, Dr. Shemp. And really what you'll find is most of the boss levels are just really, really quick pace. They're actually pretty short. Again, the bosses in this game really aren't challenging. They're very, very simple and just usually require just a flame or 2 or 3. And again, an instance of Chris just taking a straight line through the level, and he'll be backtracking through at the end. You do another straight line and just pick up gems, you know, both times.
One thing I'd like to mention is how dead bodies, you can bonk on them, so a lot of the times you have to flame or charge an enemy so that it doesn't get in your way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, manipulating the way an enemy dies is something that definitely comes up. Also right there, Chris just manipulated Shemp to do a certain animation that actually allows you to flame the first hit a few seconds quicker. Also, the music in this level is really, really good. The music throughout this whole game is really, really good.
Shoutouts to Stuart Copeland.
Yeah. I think so. Also, I actually wasn't paying attention. You got the quick hit on the third phase, didn't you? Yeah, so I mean, Shemp is actually pretty interesting. There's a lot of minor things you could do on each phase. In fact, on the second one, he got a quicker hit just by going behind him. And then on the third one, depending on when you step on the platform up top, he'll either start his attack earlier or later. And yeah, Chris actually got a very optimized Dr. Shemp. So here we are in Night Flight, the second flight level. Here's where I'll actually explain like what's up with the flight levels. I didn't really say anything in Sunny Flight, but yeah, here we go. There are 4 total obstacles, we'll call them. I mean, basically anything you have to flame, go through, like rings or arches. And the mechanics in flight levels work in such that if you fly lower, you actually gain a little bit of speed. So it's like an altitude thing. So you'll see Chris kind of ducking down, you know, around most turns. Another thing really to point out is the optimization in the flame of this game, which really stands out in this level, as you can see hitting these chests. He doesn't really get all too close to them. He hits them with the tip of the flame. And that's just, that's something that, you know, it comes with experience, just kind of hitting everything with the tip of the flame. As opposed to running right up to it, you'll see beginners kind of like get really, really close to everything as they flame it.
Nice.
Yeah, that was a really, really good night flight.
At the end of the flight level, you saw he got really close to the line turn and actually ran into it. That's called animation skip. By cutting your flight at the end of the level, you basically saved, what,
4 or 5 seconds?
4 or 5 seconds from skipping an animation.
At the end of flight level, Spyro like flies up and it does this little thing, but yeah, you can skip that on all flight levels. Actually, and right there, just a bit ago, Chris flame charged a thief and then did a jump, and that actually, there's about a 15-second animation you get from thieves, which you can skip right away if you press X. And when I say right away, I mean like within about a second, you can skip that little animation. But you can skip it entirely, like even save the extra second if you jump after hitting the thief.
Those guys are RNG.
Yeah, one of those few cases of randomness in this run being pretty irritating, those pack of enemies there.
Yeah, this game has really little RNG, but it tends to mess with you.
Really those games that have only a little bit of RNG, or at the times it actually comes up, it can be really irritating. So coming up in this level, this is actually the first place in the run that's going to exhibit a death abuse used in the route. Again, the levels in this game are pretty extensively big, and sometimes using a death warp can actually save a lot of time. Every time you release a dragon, that's like a checkpoint. So when you die, you just go back to, you stand on that little pedestal there, so you go back to the last dragon that you saved. Also, that is so much harder than it looks, charging those lampposts like that. I die there like every run. So, whoop, that's intended. He's gonna be warped back. He picked up the key, so he just warps back to where the locked chest is. The way this level works is, yeah, I mean, the key is not too close to that chest. Well, it's pretty close, but in terms of actually getting there, it's ways away. Kind of takes you down an alternate path picking up that key.
$20 donation from the Super Flash Bros. Dim and I both love Spyro. Looking forward to seeing how busted.
And so as you can see, he picked up a few gems in this area before death abusing, so just go ahead and take a straight path through there. Coming up is a pretty difficult form of just optimizing the movement right here. We call it magic stairs. Yeah, that nailed it. Yeah, that was really, really good. Basically, that can be done pretty, it's like pretty automatic if you get a good start location on the step and sort of manage the charge jumping. But again, another thing a lot of people struggle with when they're first picking up the game.
So yeah, when I was charging those lampposts, if you barely clip it with the side of Spyro's hitbox, you can actually get the gem to fall without bonking. I got it on 2 of the lampposts, but
good enough for me. I usually bonk on at least one of them because that puts the next guy who throws snowballs at you, puts him in a good cycle to save a little bit of time.
Yeah, that's actually something we should point out. A lot of this run, this run features a lot of enemy manipulation, where basically we just sort of, depending on your position in relation to the enemies, you can manipulate how the enemies are going to move around you, and that's used quite a bit, just in various locations. That's World 2 done already. This run features no backtracking, just going straight through the worlds, and they're all about the same length, anywhere from what, like 12 to 20 minutes about. Magic Crafters is going to be the last world to feature those egg thieves, and it's actually got egg thieves right in the home world. Coming up right here is another instance of using that fan chest. It's going to snipe the guy who just raised the wall, so get owned.
Thank you, Waddles, for your $50. I'm so incredibly happy to see Spyro being speed ran, as it's my very first PlayStation game. And I love playing it for years and years. Donation incentive can go to the runner's choice.
So in this level, there's a couple of cycles Chris is going to be aiming to catch. This first stair cycle is ridiculously hard.
Ah, yeah.
Okay, it's not that bad if you miss it. I mean, as you can see, sort of what we had touched base on earlier, if you are standing on a surface that you can't quite stand on, Spyro will usually do a roll, and you could jump right out of that roll. There's a few more wizards that are going to be like raising platforms, raising walls, etc. And so, I mean, this level's pretty cycle-based. But they're certainly consistent cycles, I should point out.
Yeah, the ones in this level is global cycles. Thank you.
The wizards just run around and random when you get up close to them.
A $50 donation from Anonymous. Spyro was the first game I ever 100%ed, and it's making me grin like an idiot to see its speed. Keep rocking. Kill cancer, save the end. $20 from Granipicus. Spyro games bring back many memories. Flame on. Collect those gems. Free the dragons.
Right here is one of the more recent discoveries. You can just glide right through that wall. The non-solid region actually saves just probably like about a second or two in this category. Again, not a heavily like glitched run or out of bounds, but there's just lots of stuff happening at any given time with the movement in this game. Like, it's just a non-stop run of just, like, you know, save half a second, save a few frames, save half a second. Optimized movement throughout.
Little optimization here. At the end of a level, you can basically just touch a gem yourself, which will, instead of waiting for sparks to get the gem to you, you can just touch it, and that saves like, what, a second or two?
Yeah.
And that allows you to basically exit the level earlier.
First pivot of the run.
Oh yeah. Yeah, one thing we generally try and avoid is what Chris is about to do there. Basically, the way to turn faster in this game involves just jumping and sort of angling yourself in the air and then charging out of it. Also, I mean, that was a key chest. One of the things that we don't know for sure if it was just overlooked, like, oh, you know, they didn't realize you could take the supercharge in there, or it might have just been one of those clever additions of like the PS1 era, where it's like, oh, if the player finds out you could do this, then, you know, that would be one of those interesting things. But that was a key chest he broke with that supercharge. And, you know, for that reason, there is a key later on in the hub world that he just won't have to collect now. In fact, I think it just disappears. Featured in this run, and really just a lot of the Magic Crafter's homeworld, is a lot of supercharging. And supercharge in this game is very, very interesting. There's a lot of different things you can do with it. In fact, I'll probably explain a bit more about it sort of as it comes later on in the run. There's a few levels in the next world that will really demonstrate some of the things you can do with it. But there's another thing that's possible in this level, which is coming up. And this is a very, very difficult trick, so let's see what happens. If he charges and just angles very, very nice correctly off those stalagmites, he can just charge right through. And
very nice.
Absolutely nailed it.
That deserves an applause.
Great, yeah. And so after that, he can just take the supercharge again and just kind of clear out everything else here in the caves. Go up the hill and get the last few enemies that he hasn't already gotten. That cycle is something you always have to wait on. It's just like a set cycle.
Yeah, there's very little waiting in this game, but there is a little bit of it.
Yeah, very, very little. There are some cycles that are arbitrary. Like, it doesn't matter whether it's an on or an off kind of thing. You could just go either way. A lot of cycles that work like that throughout the run.
I think one thing that should be noted was that if you missed it, there's a fairy in this level. And fairies, when they kiss you, they give you magic flame that can kill steel and stuff. But it's pretty slow to make out with fairy, so we just charge through everything.
Yeah, we actually call that trick fairyless, the trick that Chris got. Yeah, one thing that kind of flew by there right at the end, there was a thief that got hit, again using that fan box shrapnel. The thief wasn't even on screen, but if you're watching and you're kind of saying to yourself, you know, what, I remember a thief being at the end of that level. Well, he did get it, it just wasn't even on screen and it got sniped by the fan box.
Holitude sends $30. Hey all, Holitude here. Just wanted to wish Chris, Nitrof, and Roach the best of luck on their runs, and a huge shout out to the Crash, Spyro, and Jak community for always providing non-stop entertainment. Saboom, can we have a Crash Bash 200% at the next GDQ? Burrito Man must live on. Keep up all the great work.
So the level here, Wizard Peak, first of all, charges are definitely a thing. These big guys, as you can see, they're not able to be charged, but if Chris times the flame and then charges, as we were saying before, also there's a trick right here. Nailed it. Nice. That's a tough wall glide. Saves a lot of time in the route. But yeah, those bigger guys could be flame charged, and that is definitely an instance of just saving a lot of time, getting the gem to home in instead of just having it pop up and kind of have to wait for it. And then coming up, we have more supercharge. There's a couple different things actually that I was thinking about before that would come up in Beastmakers, but really here's a good spot to explain it. Whoa.
That hasn't happened in a while.
Yeah. Sometimes the supercharge in this game control. There's a lot of things you can do with supercharge, but sometimes it just something kind of goes awry with it, and it just you lose it or just something.
I mean, you can hit objects and there's even just random polygons that'll just take away all your supercharge for no reason.
So coming up here, Chris is going to be going to the second island, and that should require charging down 2 ramps, but he was able to do it just with that one. He sort of charge jumped onto the ramp, and what that did, the supercharged ramps in this game basically extend like infinitely into the air in this game, and what you're able to do is just charge above it, and what that actually says to the game is that you're charging for a longer amount of time than just how long the ramp is. So basically, you're gaining a bit of extra speed, and that is something basically just control of the speed. Sometimes you want to go faster, sometimes you don't want to go quite as fast with the supercharge, and that's something that you can definitely control, and it comes up quite a bit.
Yeah.
Again, making use of freeing the dragon from the optimal location. You kind of had to take a 180 to the other side of the dragon. It does save time. It's something you won't see in this run. But if he frees the dragon from the opposite side, it probably costs about 2 seconds to have Spyro really slowly walk to his set location in the cutscene.
Those guys have really weird hitboxes, trust me.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay, so a trick just happened there, but we'll point that out after the flight level. One thing to say about this flight level, again, I haven't really been mentioning Tuval a whole lot, but just understand a lot of what you're seeing in this run is thanks to him. But one of his more recent discoveries was a complete overhaul of this flight level. We had just an entirely different route for a really long time, and he just changed the opening, and everything just kind of fell into place. You know, it's like a rearrangement, if you will, of the entire flight level. And again, animation skip there, just basically glide into any solid surface at the end. A bit harder to do with something like an arch, but alright, so he's gone. He pulled a Houdini. There was a dragon right there, and Chris actually freed that dragon while entering the level. That's why he entered from the back. So I mean, it takes, you know, about a second or so longer to enter the level that way, but it saves about 6 to 7 or so if you get the dragon skip.
I got really good RNG with the butterfly there. I actually had green sparks, which means I shouldn't be able to do damage abuse in this level, but I actually killed an enemy for the second time, which either will spawn an orb, a life, or a butterfly. And I got really lucky to get a butterfly there. Now I can save a little bit more time in this level. There. and I can save a little bit more time in this level.
So again, a lot of the bosses are pretty simplistic in this game. Just kind of flame them once, and they'll lead you through their level. A lot of the platforming in this cave, Chris is just making look very, very easy. But it's that kind of thing where if you're going through casually, you know, you take it about 10 times slower. And that's the damage abuse Chris was talking about. That actually comes up quite a bit. The first instance was in Dry Canyon of charging a fireworks crate. It's one of those things that's just kind of throughout the run. Of course, the reason you charge it is to just bypass having to wait for it to blow up if you flame it.
$25 donation from Why the Hell Not. Had to donate while watching my favorite dragon. Let's all donate as gamers so we can show what we can be as heroic and save as many lives as the heroes we love to play as.
So that's all of Magic Crafters. We're about halfway through the game now. Beastmakers is certainly one of the more memorable homeworlds in this game. It's got like this dark and gloomy sort of theme to it. And a lot of the levels in this homeworld are very, very tricky.
This level is really hard. Just letting you guys know.
Yeah, this level is probably the leading level in like cycle-based levels.
And I've already missed the cycle.
So coming up here in a little bit, he's gonna come across a section where there's a bunch of enemies electrocuting the floor. And depending on which cycle he catches, or rather, depending on when he gets there, sort of dictates which cycle he'll catch. And movement throughout that section can also, you can drop a cycle, or it's a very tricky level to do everything on the first cycle.
Yeah, pretty much the theme of this world is everything wants to kill you more than previously.
Yeah, some real nasty enemies in this home world. Bit of a wall glide there.
Didn't even get a wall glide. It's not supposed to be hard.
That's quite alright though. Yeah, wall gliding, basically, if you make contact with a surface as you're gliding, then Spyro will gain a little bit of height depending on if you do that properly. Some walls are easier than others to gain height off of. But the tricky part is that the wall will often cut your glide, so you'll just kind of drop. Not easy to like gain the proper height off of the wall.
Just like to mention that based on activity for the Awesome Games Done Quick bundle at humblebundle.com, we are extremely close to $150,000 in donations coming from that activity. Keep up the good work.
Good ending.
So that's Terrace Village done. Coming up is the 4th flight level in the run. here again is making use of charging the fireworks crates. That one, he only takes 1 hit of damage, even though he charges 2. He was actually able to charge the second one while he still had invincibility from the first. And again, in Wild Flight, there was another pretty recent change to the route. As you'll see, it all just kind of lines up if you go through this way. But the second half is not quite as straightforward.
Saboom is kind of modest, not mentioning himself, but it's thanks to him that this level has been improved recently.
Yeah, it was my route this time. 2-hole, got the crystal flight, and then I was like, oh, I wonder if any other flight levels could be improved. And I had a look here, found something that saved a few seconds. Oh, I missed it. Okay, that's alright. It's a really, really hard route to do. Luckily, there's some pretty good backups. Yeah, as you can see, just a lot of like weird tech that you don't usually see in a flight level happening around that area. Yeah, it's gonna be just fine. The plane's in the tunnel, so he'll still hit the animation skip there.
$13.37 from Marsh. Hello. Loving this AGDQ so far. Can I get the couch's favorite Spyro song? Note, any answer that isn't Lofty Castle is incorrect.
Dark Passage.
Incorrect.
Ice Cavern.
What's kind of interesting is that boar that was charging around up front, he skipped it because upon leaving this level, the game just kills the boar for you. You gather the gem.
Yeah, it also occurs in the second world. There's an enemy outside of a level. For some reason, the game just kind of kills off anything that's like in front of you when you're leaving a level.
They probably in testing just got told by it too many times, killed it.
Yeah. So yeah, this level has just the worst enemies. It's really, really hard to go through this level without taking like an unintentional hit from an enemy. The frogs, the trees, the boars, it's just got everything.
Again, leaving some gems behind because he'll be going back through this area later.
Yeah, the route to this level is very unintuitive, but it'll all kind of click.
It's gonna save the worst part of the level for last, so get hyped.
Something we didn't mention, it's really hard to climb stairs in this game.
Oh yeah.
At least to do it quickly.
Yep, as we've often said, stairs are actually the biggest enemy of Spyro. It's pretty hard to optimize stair climbing across all 3 of the games. Probably the most difficult in this game though. Another bit of enemy manipulation there. To sort of line up both the boars.
$25 from Zeta Kebab. Spyro is my favorite game series, and as a big fan, I love to see such skill in its completion. Keep up the good work from France.
As you'll see now, the old route actually ended up there, but if you just kind of comb back through, leave that dragon up there, this route ended up being a bit faster.
So he's about to enter an area of the level that we refer to as Guantanamo Bay.
Shoutouts to Surreal. this area is very, very tricky. You'll see just an amassment of enemies, and that was amazing. Very nice.
Very nice. Again, Chris made it look easy, but this area can really easily kill you even with gold sparks.
$15 from Fruitskin. Hey guys, and Katie, it's Fruitskin here. I wish I could be there to enjoy the runs firsthand, but I'm sadly enjoying a long wait at the airport. So here's $5 for Chris's choice, $5 for Roach's choice, and $5 for Nitrof's choice.
Yeah.
Team Korea. So right here we got Treetops, probably the most memorable level for a lot of people who just kind of played this game when they were a kid. This is a level that probably people got stuck on as far as completion. There's a lot of places that are just tricky to get to. But interestingly enough, this is probably one of the shortest levels in the entire run. This level can be done very, very quickly.
This level also features a few more death abuses. Actually, only one, I think.
Yeah, just one.
Yeah. It used to feature more, but a trick that was found by Stone Nut 1 allows us to skip the last one.
Yeah. Stone Nut 1 didn't do a whole lot with this game, but somehow he got a trick named after him, to which we like solely refer to as the Stone Knot. I should point out Stone Cannot. There's another guy in the speedrunning community who goes by Stone N-O-T, but two different people. So right there, that jump's not supposed to be intended, but if you jump off of like the very tip of the supercharge ramp, you could just go ahead and make that. That probably just blew a couple of people's minds watching back at home. Oh, he got robbed. It's a really, really hard optimization Chris went for there. Sometimes those chests, the gem just won't really home in. Kind of odd. So yeah, this level was meant to feature just a lot of supercharging sort of all throughout the level. But the route we use really minimizes the amount that you have to do. You got Stone Knot, nice. Basically just supercharging off of the slope there, you're able to get a really high jump up to that area.
Indrag Pack sends $10. Hey guys, greetings from Germany. It's awesome to see my childhood at AGDQ. Keep up the good work. My grandfather died of cancer, and now it's time to save the people and save the animals.
Another boss. You'll notice as he enters the level it says confronting when it's a boss instead of entering. The boss of Beastmakers. This is actually probably by far like the hardest boss in the game, even much harder than Nasty Nork in terms of just beating him.
I would say Nasty Nork's probably one of the easier bosses.
Yeah.
That or Toasty.
That was an instance of having your glide cut. We were talking about that before with wall gliding. Sometimes, you know, the hard part is you can get height off of the wall, but if you kind of just, you know, rub it in the wrong way, it's not quite going to work out. nice little effect in this level. The enemies are flung at you from those bigger guys, and luckily the gem just goes straight to you. It doesn't make you like follow those little guys and go grab their gem. It just homes in automatically. So here's where the actual boss fight begins, and this one's just a lot. There's a lot more to it. It's a lot more complex than any of the other bosses. Luckily, it's still pretty trivialized in a speedrun, but you just have to charge the electrical poles. There are some consistent cycles we aim to catch, and Chris has definitely got it here. Yeah, so. Funny that we can call that the hardest boss fight of this game. You can tell that the bosses are not really the challenge.
We're here to raise money for the Prevent Cancer Foundation. The Prevent Cancer Foundation is currently working to develop a vaccination campaign to reduce the 600,000 cancer cases and more than 250,000 deaths related to cancers caused by the human papillomavirus.
So it seems like we just got here. This is one of the more confusing worlds. Again, it's probably one that people had left gems behind and whatnot, but yeah, that's the entirety of Beastmakers.
Can we have a time check, please?
59:20.
That's really good considering I'm on slow disk speed.
Yeah.
$15 from Anonymous. Yes, to the guy who said Ice Caverns music was the best. Second time donating now. It'll be tough to outdo last year's $1 million, but you're all doing amazing work. Good luck from Australia and keep up an amazing job.
Yeah, 5th out of the 6 worlds. We got Dreamweavers here. And really the worlds are quite aptly named in this game. Dreamweavers is kind of dreamy, kind of magical. This first level, Haunted Towers, it's something. It's again one of the more memorable ones. There's a lot to it. The route of this level was recently changed to just track down the fairy that gives you the permanent fire breath. As Kane pointed out earlier, these fairies kiss you and give you like super flame. And for a while there was kind of a route that just used all the fairies as you went through, but recently somebody kind of had the idea to just book it to the permanent one, even though it would involve a lot of backtracking, and then just kind of come back through the level with the permanent flame, and it turned out to be quite a bit faster. Right there, that is like the ultimate manipulation of supercharge. As I said earlier, if you charge in the air, since the supercharged ramp basically like extends infinitely up into the air, as a lot of hitboxes kind of did of the era, Chris was able to just sort of gain the supercharge in the air, come down and just take a U-turn straight out of there. And that saved about 3 or 4 seconds on getting over to the secret area, which for me as a kid, I could not find how to get over there. Like, we had to call the Nintendo hotline, if anybody remembers that, before, like, yeah, I don't know, it was the one we called. It was before, like, the internet was too big of a thing, so I just remember calling the Nintendo hotline, and they solved it for us.
Talked to a lot of people, and this level was quite often the last level to get.
for that 100%, just because that's secret area.
Also, one of the donation comments we got before was saying the guy would donate again if Chris got 10 of the flame charges on the knights. These knights here are pretty by far, I'd say, the most difficult to get the homing effect with the flame charge on. There's a couple more coming up here. Nice. Nice.
Got
wow.
every flame charge so far.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Sorry, I got wrapped up in explaining one of my childhood little anecdotes there. But
Jinxing myself here.
yeah, very, very difficult to do. You have to get very close before flaming, and you know, if your fingers aren't quite executing the buttons like, you know, real spot on, then it's probably going to result in just bonking the knight. And if that happens, the knight's going to hit you as well, so.
This level is really scary to die in because it loses a lot of time.
Oh yeah. If he were to accidentally slip off the edge or something, it would just be a mess. He wouldn't have the he wouldn't have the permanent super flame anymore.
It's also Chris is managing his life count very precisely, so that'll be for something later.
Mm-hmm.
$50 from Serranoval. First time watching AGDQ live, and I have my favorite Spyro game and favorite Jak and Daxter game being run in the same day. That deserves a second donation. Keep it up.
Yeah, so another death abuse there. That one, since he didn't free a dragon in that time, since coming back to the homeworld, it just warped him to the start, and he was able to skip having to take like a triple whirlwind back to the beginning.
I love the sound effects in this game. This level particularly has a lot of cool ones.
Yeah. The enemies all have sort of unique characteristic sounds of being killed, I guess. Little dogs in this level. We like to say Kevin Turtles and Franker Z's up in Dark Passage. Yeah, I mean, as you can see, the enemies they're cycling through, turning big and then small again. That's dictated by those fools with the lanterns. When the light goes on, they turn small. The turtles become invincible when they're big. The dogs you can flame, but it's a lot slower because you can't get a flame charge on them.
Getting a double kill on those turtles is really tough. Usually one of them just ends up hitting you.
Mm-hmm. This level in general is very tough. It's like the misty bog of Dreamweavers. Very hard to just not die like 5 times to the enemies just wailing on you.
Hey guys, don't forget to check out the Yeti t-shirt website featuring an awesome new design every 24 hours for a low price. Yeti has partnered with us for AGDQ 2015, offering an array of shirts with $3 from every unit sold going to Prevent Cancer Foundation. Check out the collection at www.theyeti.com/AGDQ. And thank you for your $10 donation, Necro. Had a super fun time watching AGDQ during the week. Hype!
Hype!
Hype! It's a great break away from my finals. Looking forward to Friday night run. AGDQ, hype, hype, people.
Yeah, that's an instance of just, they just stop you. And even the fodder in this game, like if you kill a mushroom, they still have a hitbox. It's really annoying.
Yeah, there's a lot of really annoying collision with like dead bodies.
Nice. Jump saves about 3 seconds.
Yeah, another jump, certainly not intended. There's a whirlwind that takes you over there.
Another jump off that second pad I could have done, but yeah, we won't talk about that.
The second and final cannon used throughout the game. Fortunately, you don't have to mess around with cannons too often. The cannons are just really stupid. It's just like the worst thing about this game is that they put a cannon in it. They're really, really annoying and just fidgety and glitchy, and cannons just suck. Coming up on the last flight level here.
Not really.
Yeah, it is.
Oh. I guess. Caught the early cycle. If you get the lamps in the chest quickly enough without any mistakes, you can catch the train before it goes into the tunnel there. This flight is probably the most difficult.
We'll note again there's a little unoptimal route there, but that causes a save of time in the end because it allows you to get the animation skip on the train right here.
Nice. Very good icy flight.
Shmeev sends us $100. Waking up to see Spyro run is fantastic. I love this game so much. You're all cool people working for a cool cause, and that's cool. Put this towards the reader's choice. The glitched Dark Souls 2 run. And $25 from ESG Puppet Master. Team's 10 flame charges wasn't anywhere near high enough. As promised, here's another $25.
Yeah, candidate for best music in the game here, as well, according to one of the donation comments from earlier. And really, it's just a favorite among a lot of people. A lot of people just like this level the most out of all.
Nah. Dark Hollow, I'm pretty sure, is the agreed upon best level.
Okay.
No, seriously. Who doesn't like Dark Hollow?
Speaking of Dark Hollow, $25 from Kemba Waka Flocka. Dark Hollow is clearly the best music in the game. The rest of it is trash. Shoutouts to the couch from the Skype boys.
Thank you, Kemba.
Yeah, thanks, Kemba.
So right here, he takes a quick turn on that ramp. It's meant for you to take the supercharge and go circle around that area, but another thing that you can bypass.
$10 from Peaky. Hey guys, this event is getting better and better every year. Keep up the awesome work. Greetings from Germany. Oh, save the animals.
Got it. Alright, so earlier you may have seen Chris go right past what we like to call the turkeys. They're like little winged pigs or something, but we just call them turkeys. Shoutouts to Tuval. And what he actually did there was, again, using the shrapnel of the fan chest, he was able to just hit that turkey that was over there. And, you know, anything to save, like, small amounts of time. Also worth noting, the gems of some of the enemies in this game, turkeys are one of them, just home in automatically. So a flame charge isn't even needed. If you flame them, you'll just get the homing effect automatically. That's a good cycle.
Oops.
Oh, not
Still
nice.
got him.
Sometimes Sparks puts in a little extra work. Picks up a gem we are about to backtrack for. Or go back for, rather.
$20 from Vindicate. Thanks everyone for doing this. This donation is going towards the Pokemon Red Blue bid war later on. I can't believe Whooper Z isn't winning. Whooper Z. Whooper Z.
So the final level of Dreamweavers, you got another boss. And more fools. There's some interesting things you can do with some of the fools in this level, such as, like, you know, one cycling some of the platforms and skipping some of them altogether.
If anyone's curious, the name of those is actually fools, defined by the game. We
How's
didn't
that?
give them that name.
Yeah, those guys. Nice.
Thank you, Major Foley, for your $10. I did say my last donation was going to be the last, but just couldn't resist. Cannot wait for Crash 2 despite being 1:30 in the morning. Greetings from Australia in the future.
Another death beast coming up right here. That thing is a cake. It's not just 3 levels of platforms, it is a wedding cake. And Chris just one-cycled it. It's pretty tricky to do. It's one of those things where if you're really advanced, you can get it by a long shot, but flaming both those fools, grabbing the key in the cave and the 2 10 gems, and then just kind of getting back on top and jumping straight over there. We call that cake.
The amazing box himself.
Thank you, Low Capri, for your $10 donation. Hey guys, my father died from lung cancer and it wasn't detected early enough. So this goes to the PCF. Watching it live for the second time, donating for the first time. Keep up the great work. Love watching you beat all the games with such perfection. Greetings from Germany. And $25 from Food Bandit. What you guys do is awesome. I hope you all enjoy some delicious crab meat.
Coming up on the final world here. This one's a little bit interesting. One of the things that wasn't directly pointed out earlier was the toasty dragon head in the first world and how that has to be activated and opened up. Since Chris just entered out of bounds, that wasn't really showcased, but here is going to be, you'll see as you complete levels, you unlock the next in this home world.
So I think all the dragons that are in this world you've already saved?
That's right, yeah.
And so I guess they all came here to try and defeat Nasty North and got defeated again.
Supposedly that's the story, yeah. Some of the dragons rallied up and were captured again. You see a lot of similar names in this home world.
I was trying to convince Chris to watch one of the dragon cutscenes later in this level, but he was not interested. But some of the dragon cutscenes are pretty fun.
Yeah, but I'm a speedrunner. I want to save time.
Let's just say thank you for releasing me. So North Cove has a couple of interesting things to it. This is the major one. Nice. Got it. Alright, so what he just did there, when that was first discovered by Surreal, he did it on complete accident, and he just could not figure it out for the longest time. And he actually PB'd with that run, and it was really bothering him. He was like, oh, I'm just going to lose 20 seconds every time in North Cove because I have no idea what happened. And eventually, he was the one who figured it out. Basically, if you just charge the TNT as the guy's throwing it just above you, for some reason the hitbox kind of just extends forward and is able to break the chest from very far away, so you don't have to charge a barrel at it.
What's even funnier about this trick is that it also kills an enemy through the wall.
Yeah, that 5 gem Chris just picked up was supposed to be an enemy, but since the hitbox goes so like rampant, it actually hits that enemy through the wall.
$20 from the one Nintendo freak. The best music is obviously the title screen music. Anyway, love the run, guys. Keep up all the good work.
That room is highly explosive. Sometimes stuff will just start blowing up.
Picking up gems with Sparks, or with Spyro is extremely annoying.
Yeah.
That's one thing, it's like, Chris makes it look easy to run around and pick up the gems without Sparks, but like, to a normal player, if you don't have Sparks, yeah, you're not going to get together.
I'm gonna check my gems, okay.
Okay.
It's really easy to miss a gem in that level, especially when you're charging those TNT guys on the guys on the TNT barrels, sorry.
I think so, yeah. Yeah, this is the final level before the Nasty Nork level, the final boss. And these are Nasty's, his primary enemies here. They're just loaded up on weaponry. His top goons are here in Twilight Harbor. if things go well, I mean, Chris is just going to make this level look so much easier than it actually is. In fact, we were just watching Roach, who's going to be doing Crash 2 coming up. He hasn't played this game, but he's interested in it, and just the other night, he was going through, and he died about 10 times just trying to get to the end.
Just want to remind everybody the Jak II bid war is coming to a close soon. Korean language is winning with $3,400. French language is coming in second with $2,800. Everybody else is really far behind. So if you prefer French, the time is running short.
So there's 80 dragons and 1,200 gems.
14,000.
There we go. But 12,000 will get us into North Loot, which is the bonus level for getting 100%. But the last dragon is actually going to be one of the dragons we saved twice now. That'll be after Nasty.
Did I already get this? Oops.
Yeah, you kind of already went there.
Forget about that. That didn't happen. Yeah, that was all RNG.
He wanted to prove Kane wrong. He said there were 2 death abuses, now there's 3. So again, just really making use of those flame charges in this level. All those big enemies cannot be charged, and the only way to get the homing gem is to flame them. And perfect, even got the double flame charge. Very, very nice.
Incoming is the last boss, and at the end you'll see an interesting trick that we commonly call credit skip.
All in good time.
Thank you, Pablo Honey, for $20. Spyro bringing on the nostalgia so hard. Thanks, everybody, for such a great event. Much love from Australia.
Couple more thieves in this level. In this case, they're just carrying keys to the next spot. Coming up here in the first instance of chasing Nasty. Again, most of the bosses are just like a chase through the level, and then a few flames. Here is something we don't really even so much as like talk about too much anymore, but well, we're talking about it now. One cycling through Nasty Nork. I was gonna say it's usually pretty confirmed. We'll see if Chris is still able to get it. It's gonna be pretty tight after the spring chest not quite cooperating. But if you what we refer to as the one cycle is basically collecting all these gems. And then, wow, still got it. Collecting all the gems going through there and flaming Nork, pretty tricky to do. Oh no. That's okay. Some of you may not remember Nork being quite that difficult. We're gonna go ahead and do a take 2 on that.
Repeat. Can I get a time check?
You're at 126.40.
Okay, good.
Dang, dude, you could have beaten my PB on SDS.
Yes, sub 130 on SDS, that would have been amazing.
So you'll now see the any percent strats for those thieves. Quite a bit faster to get back over here. I guess what I should point out is Chris was on 0 lives, and the game over that he had, unfortunately, if Nork doesn't go, you know, as planned, it's a bit more of a time loss if you game over, but it saves like 5 seconds if you get the trick with the game over.
Obviously, since an attempt, you actually wanna, like, if you fail to skip, it's the attempt is dead. Well, the game over is just the only way to go anyway.
Oh, that's not
Yeah, got it. All right.
Basically, this trick saves 3 minutes of credits.
Yeah, that is Tuvel's most notable contribution to this category. That actually skips the cutscene and the credits that roll after that level. So Chris still saved time, despite the first failure in the game over. That still saved time over just flaming Nork. Again, some of you may not remember Nasty Nork being that difficult, but what Chris did was essentially he proxied off of Nork, glided out of bounds, got the flame on Nork, and was flying straight into the lava below. So that actually caused him to die as he was collecting the 4 pink gems, since they home in, and then died right after that to avoid triggering the cutscene and the credits. It was known about for a long time that you could be killed after killing Nork, but the hard part was actually getting the gems. For a while, we were able to collect like 2 or 3. It was kind of theorized for a long time, you know, maybe someday we'll find some way to actually get the gems and skip the credits. And originally, Tuvel found a way. This thief is tricky.
I was supposed to snipe him with that fan chest, but I was a little off target.
Yeah, the original method of credit skip involved just proxying off of Nork and flaming him as he did so to sort of just be launched out of bounds. And it looked crazy, even crazier than what you just saw. It was just like the wildest thing. And we thought, you know, that's just never going to happen in a run. But Tuvel kept working on it, and he found more of a consistent method to use, which involved just gliding down there. And even still, it took a long time to adapt that to runs. And even players who have played this game for, you know, people who are getting on like weeks and weeks and even months, even Surreal, again, as I mentioned before, he's run this game for a long time. He kind of stopped, but he was never interested in learning some of these harder tricks because they're very, very difficult. So even to the very skilled player, something like credit skip is just very, very difficult. To sort of explain a bit more about the mechanics of what happened with that trick, Chris took damage from North, and using that invincibility time, he was able to get what we call an animation proxy off of Nork, and again go out of bounds and glide. And also Gemgasm, the best room in the game right here.
Get ready on time.
Yeah, that was the extra 20% loot.
Time.
All right.
Wow, that's a really good run. Yeah, hopefully everyone enjoyed.
Glasses, yo.
I lost over 2 minutes because of loads, so that was actually a really, really good run.
Yeah,
it was just a
man.
little
I'll donate
slower
the money
because of
regardless.
Yeah. It was actually sub 130 with a failed credit skip, so yeah. Hopefully everyone enjoyed, and thanks a lot for having me on AGDQ. It was a pleasure to be able to run here.
Right.
Here you go again.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Yeah.
Okay, Chris, thanks. Next up is Roach, 788, doing Crash Bandicoot 2. And before that, we're going to head off to a commercial. Hey guys, welcome back to AGDQ 2015. We're here to raise funds for the Prevent Cancer Foundation, which is a nonprofit organization that focuses on the prevention and early detection of cancer via research, education, outreach, and advocacy. Their staff has worked towards this goal in countries such as China, South Korea, Australia, Canada, England, and other countries spanning a total of 6 continents. PCF invested over $138 million over the last 29 years and funded more than 480 grants and fellowships. Next up is Crash Bandicoot 2, Cortex Strikes Back. I'd like to thank Exotic Mandibles for his generous $500 donation. $500 because ChrisLBC got credit skip. P.S. Jacques is best Spyro 1 music. And $20 from Tiggity Poi Poi. Thank you for the awesome entertainment. Keep up the good work and have fun. P.S. Save the frames, not the animals. They will find a way out anyway. I'd like to remind everybody that since 2005, World9 Gaming has been the premier computer and console gaming provider for events across the Midwest. With dedicated staff, tournament expertise, and the expansive collection of games and consoles, they guarantee the best gaming experience at the lowest cost for all events, large and small. Check them out at world9gaming.com. And also Tiny Build. Tiny Build Games is an indie developer morphed into an indie publisher. They partner up with indies across the world to help better their games as well as develop games themselves. Check them out at www.tinybuild.com and check out their game Speedrunners, which is available in the AGDQ 2015 Humble Bundle. And speaking of Humble Bundle, we did eclipse the $150,000 mark for donations based on Humble Bundle AGDQ 2015 purchases. So thank you very much. Can we get a round of applause? And as a reminder, 100% of your Twitch subscriptions goes to the Prevent Cancer Foundation. So don't be shy. And it looks like the Korean language is still in the lead for the Jak II language donation bid war, with the Korean language still at $3,400, the French language at $3,091. And unless somebody has some very deep pockets, no other language is going to make it. You have approximately 50 minutes to change the order in which these languages are set. You're watching Awesome Games Done Quick 2015. Which again is run every year in January, featuring members of the Speed Demos Archive and the Speedrun Live communities. For more information about Games Done Quick, you can follow @GamesDoneQuick on Twitter and see information about the event on GamesDoneQuick.com. We've mentioned the Humble Bundle earlier. So go and check out the Awesome Games Done Quick bundle on humblebundle.com. Pay what you want for up to 9 games, a Twitch Turbo subscription, a subscription to XSplit Premium, and exclusive merchandise, all while supporting Prevent Cancer Foundation. That's www.humblebundle.com. And we do wish to remind everybody that although your donation may not be read on air, we are receiving all donations, and we appreciate every dollar that we get. So thank you for donating. Don't forget to check out the bid wars that are out there. There is a glitched run of Pokemon Green by Shenanigans. The target is $2,000. We're currently at only $100. So if you want to see the glitched run of Pokemon Green by Shenanigans, keep donating towards that. There's also a bid war for Pokemon Red versus Pokemon Blue. It is a very tight race at this point, with Pokemon Blue at 23.97 and Pokemon Red at 22.45. Also, for the Pokemon Red Blue slot, there is a Bulbasaur name bid war. Currently, Maronapal is beating Pendaflex, $550 to $235. $10 from Dragon Ball Hero. Thank you, Dragon Ball Hero. Crash 2 is one of my favorite PS1 games, and Roach is an awesome streamer. You are all in for a treat. And $50 from The Full Metal. Hey guys, one of my childhood games is going to be speedrun right now. Crash Bandicoot 2 hype? Also kicking cancer's butt by kicking Cortez's butt really hard. Or Cortex's butt, sorry. Did you know that research has shown that up to 60% of cases and 50% of deaths due to cancer are preventable with what we already know? The PCF is at the forefront of the future by working alongside other groups across the globe spanning 6 continents. PCF has funded over 480 grants, and some of the money from those grants have come from the money raised by previous AGDQ events.
Test.
All right.
So it looks like we are ready.
Let me just listen to it a little bit. That'll be fine. All right. All right. I'm ready to go whenever. Timer will start on first movement. I'll just say go when I'm ready. So, about 10 seconds from now. And go. Alright, I'm Roach. This is Crash Bandicoot 2, any percent no game over abuse. Chris here will be explaining basically the movement techniques I'll be showing off throughout the run. And Saboom can explain what no game over abuse is. Sure. So, Chris, take it away.
Alright, so what he's doing for basic movement here is every time he slides, he's actually releasing the direction he slides in and then spinning. And what that does is actually maintains your momentum from the slide throughout the spin. So this game is basically just chaining together these what we call neutral slide spins. And it, of course, makes you go really fast. And what he's doing over those holes, you're not supposed to be able to get over those holes so easily, but if you spin just on the way up from jumping, you actually get a lot more height out of the jump. And if you add a little bit of zigzagging, which is just alternating up, right, up, left, up, right, up, left, you just do that in the air, and if you do it fast enough, you actually gain a little bit of distance rather than just going normally through the air, just holding forward. And yeah, that was Turtlewoods. Goes really by really fast in this game. The levels just come and go really fast.
And also you can use the momentum from your slides to slide over some of the holes in the level, which I'll be doing pretty much as you just saw a few times already.
Yeah, so a little bit more about this category. It's called any percent no game over abuse. Because there's a glitch in this game where if you collect something such as a crystal or a gem, essentially like assigned to your inventory, and if you actually game over, you'll still have that collectible. So if you game over and then complete another level, you'll be able to return more than one crystal at a time. So there's another run of this game that uses that. So basically, a lot of the levels are just collecting the crystal and then dying, getting a game over, and then continuing onward to other levels. This run is more of like an all levels kind of run. Sorry, you go.
No, I was going to say, this is one of the first couple jet ski in the levels where you actually get a ride on one of the vehicles throughout this level. So it's a little fun. And you do a couple things that the game probably didn't intend you to do, as I'll show right here, where it's like, oh, there's a path that you're supposed to go through. Let's just hug the wall.
Yeah, so a bit of history on this game in this category where marathons are concerned. It's been a long time since Crash 2 has been in a GDQ, but it was at one point in 2011, long time ago before the game was really developed. But here it is back again. It was also at ESA 2013 and 2014. There was actually this same category, 90% no game over abuse race at ESA 2013, and then a run done in 2014. So there's been some marathon Crash 2 in the past.
One thing to point out for the level I'm about to enter, the pits, you'll see me intentionally miss mask boxes. You do not want to get 3 masks in this game for the invincibility. You actually move much slower. There's only one time in the entire run that it is actually used. So as you see, I just like intentionally jumped over that one. And also you can spin off the back of these birds and get a little more momentum. Oops. Or you can just do that and have it fly towards you. Thankfully I was able to recover that and not go into a death. And just cut that corner there. I see, it's like the first warp, I mean, it's very easy, it's not too hard. Some nice tricks in it. Definitely shows off most of the movement techniques. Like I got to use like glitch high jump there to skip over that turtle. I mean, just right now it's just going through, doing what I need to do. This pit right here, you can jump over it, but with the angle of the slope, it's very hard to get it quite optimized, so it's sometimes faster to just go into it. And also any gems that I come across, like in the jet ski levels or through some paths that I follow, you avoid the gem because you just lose 2-3 seconds throwing it up in the warp room. And the first chase level of the run, where I will basically be doing any movement before you even see what I need to do on the screen. Or I just slide into the wall in the beginning.
Yeah, these backwards levels are all about memorization, I'd say, where the speedrun's concerned. Roach, of course, knows at any time what's coming up. So, you know, he's able to neutral slide spin where he wants to and just, you know, jump where he needs to. One of those where a beginner has a lot of trouble.
God, I remember so much trouble I had in these levels. It used to be my most hated, and now it's actually some of my favorite. Like Unbearable and level 15, the third chase level in the game, is actually my favorite level in the run. Also here, using the glitch high jump to slide, just clear these holes instead of having to do a few extra jumps. It requires a little of the wiggling movement and zigzagging that was discussed earlier.
I think it's just pretty cool to be able to outrun the boulder by such a large margin.
Well, you showed that off in Crash 1 last year at AGDQ. It's like that.
Yeah, Crash 1 you can do it some, but with the slide, just off screen it so quickly.
Yeah, in this game, the boulder doesn't rubber band at all, so you just leave it like miles behind.
Alright, this is your first boss for Peru. He's kind of a crazy jackrabbit. It's a scripted fight, so I'm just going to have a little fun in it, and this would be a great time to read off some donations. Any donations? No? No? Ah, darn, missed that. Anyway, see, I'm just having fun, bouncing on his head because I have nothing else to do. Not gonna risk that during the nitro phase because that would just be instant death if I fail.
Yeah, a lot of Crash speedruns are known for their sort of auto-scroller, like boring kind of bosses. In a speedrun, you do them hundreds of times. And
or I just get clipped into the ceiling there for a moment.
But, you know, it's one of those things you gotta put up with.
It's a very solid warp 1, so I'm very happy with how this is starting out so far. I mean, I gotta give a good run after the amazing performance Chris just gave for Spyro. I'm gonna actually go ahead and do a guess on my time of right now about 7:45.
7:52.
All right, and a little slower than I was expecting, but still really solid.
So $20 donation from Grogfella. I could have bought a copy of Crash of the Titans with this money. Charity seems like a much better investment. Save the marsupials.
And Chris, Saboom, if you have anything you want to just add randomly throughout runs, that I can focus a little bit also.
Ice physics probably worth pointing out. A few of the levels are kind of snow-based, as you can see. This ice here, very nice. That's quite a large hole that Roach just skipped over. But with the ice physics, as we call it, you can get a lot more speed on the icy pads. So in conjunction with the neutral slide spin speed,
it's close.
You can, so as you can see, he's just tearing down.
And the first Roach slam of the run.
Yeah, so
just gonna play it safe and wait that cycle there.
In this game, sliding obviously is done a lot of the time, and the button to body slam is the same as the one to slide. So if anything unexpected like that happens, you'll often see runners like do a body slam. It's kind of comical. It's like they're just going through, you take an unexpected hit, and suddenly you're body slamming and losing like 3 seconds.
All right, would much rather have had one mass leaving this level to be a little safer in the next one. So I'll probably just play it a bit safer than normal. Cost myself a few seconds. And the first point of RNG you'll really face is in this level where there's one platform cycle that if you just get a bad cycle, you lose 5 seconds. Other than that, it's like we mostly skip most cycles throughout the run.
Yeah, not a whole lot of waiting that's done in this game. With how high you can jump and how far you can jump, most things can just be like jumped over.
Also, some of that is due to me playing on the PAL version, if one of you would like to go in a little more detail about that.
Alright, so yeah, big difference between NTSC and PAL in this game. PAL basically just kind of got like, wow.
Now that's just knowing the timing.
Very nice.
Try to swag that out a little with the tight cycle.
PAL was basically just, it received kind of a boost in all aspects. The slide goes a little bit further, the jump is a bit higher. So the movement is quite a bit different between versions.
I think the one advantage, oh, were you going to say something?
I was going to say the next level is just basically one of your first two, like, basically auto-scrollers of the level. You can dash through it to speed it up some, but it's a very straightforward, basic level. So. And whatever you're about to say, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, I think the one advantage NTSC has is faster jetboard.
Yeah, vehicles and bosses move faster on NTSC, which actually makes 2 of the boss fights longer. The one we'll be facing soon, the other one is the 4th boss. I mean, but it does save you a few seconds in the jetboard levels in the NTSC version, but overall it's just a huge time loss just because you slide slower and can't jump as high, and to avoid some of the cycles that we just say ignore. It's like, oh, why wait? We can just do this. Gotta love the speedrunner philosophy.
Hey guys, for the newcomers out there, NTSC and PAL refer to what?
Okay, NTSC-U is the North American distribution of video games, basically. PAL encompasses Europe and Australia. In fact, I'm not exactly the most educated on that. Can anybody else explain it any better than that?
All I know is NTSC-U is North America for the most part, NTSC-J is Japanese, and PAL is pretty much the rest of the world.
Yeah, basically, the PAL versions are going to be your 25 and 50 FPS region. Nowadays they do pretty much a universal game, but they had to adjust for frame rate back in the day.
Whoops. Oh well, only a second loss, nothing major. It's possible to slide over that hole using the neutral slide spins, but it's a little risky sometimes, so just gonna play it safe there. It only saves like a half a second, so it's very minimal.
$10 from Lincolnito. Thanks to Chris Roach and Nitrof for speedrunning the games from my childhood. So much memories come. Rexy sends us $5, another $5 from me for the Crash 2 pre-run Glitch Fest. You guys are still amazing. Last charge for Jak II, French here, but I'll still enjoy the Korean anyway.
Actually, the other day when I was doing a practice run, Saboom actually fell asleep on me, so just literally right in the middle of the practice room floor. It's kind of funny.
GDQ's
got a few nice pictures that we need to post around for that. Alright, Warp 2 is coming to an end. For this next level eel deal, I want to try and leave here with at least one mass to speed up the next level in the third world. And also there's these electric eel cycles there. As you saw, the water turned yellow, and that will basically sting you for like 3 seconds and damage you. Also, if one of you guys want to talk about the Aku mask and how they work in the game.
The masks that he's picking up in the game actually act as like a health, basically. So in Spyro is Sparks, but in this game you start off with 0 health and you can collect masks to gain, just basically be able to take damage without dying. Like otherwise this game, you die everywhere.
As you saw there, with that, I intentionally hit that nitro crate, so I did not have to wait for that water cycle. Oh, and that was just a swag catch on to getting on the rail a little later. Really quick to try and notice, but it saves about a second. And I'll just probably play a little, yeah, I gotta wait for the cycle at the end, so no reason to try and go a little too fast there, because I didn't want to leave this level with one mask. Saves 4 seconds in the next level after the boss. Which coming up is the Komodo brothers. I don't remember which one's Mel or Joe, but one of them throws forwards at you while the other spins around the room. And basically, it's a manipulative fight, so you can manipulate the movements throughout the fight to how you want it to be done. Which, yeah, like you can have them go straight at the balls or bounce off the sides and hit them first.
Yeah, this fight has a lot of speedrun tech to it.
And I can just sit here and do this.
This is one of the fights that's actually faster on NTSC because the guy in the middle throws swords a lot faster.
Yes.
But of course, in the end, PAL just saves so much on movement, it doesn't even matter.
And also, well, I'll just mention the other balls for the NTSC versus PAL differences when we get there.
And one thing to point out, how Chris was talking about the masks, and you know, if you couldn't get any, you'd be dying a lot. Really, the way this game is, it is quite challenging. It's one of those games that gives you a lot of extra lives, and to the casual player just kind of going through the first time, you end up having a lot of death.
Expect the game over a few times.
Yeah, you definitely burn through all those lives that the game gives you. Roach is just making this look much, much easier than it is.
Yeah, it's just, this game is very unforgiving with deaths. I mean, there's some times where a single death can be like about a minute lost. Alright, and this is the this level is the reason why I wanted to mass, so I can just not ignore those guys and just go straight through them by damage boosting. Which there's on average I usually have to only wait one cycle, but there's these fan blades that it's possible not to get hit by while going through them, which will be coming up very shortly, which will right here. Got hit by the first one. Come on, give me this one. Oh, alright, well I have to wait one of the cycles, not a big deal, it's about 4 seconds.
Yeah, as you can see, these flamethrower guys, that's where masks more come into play in this game, if you can just kind of run straight through something that would otherwise harm you.
And I usually just wait for the, there's 1 of 3 guys you could wait on, doesn't really matter which ones you do. I usually do the first because you usually bounce back after hitting him, so he's the one that you'll lose the least amount of time on by having to wait.
Quick update on the Jak II language bid war. French language is now ahead at $3,700. Korean language is still at $3,400. The Spanish language has not gotten a bid.
And just to give you an idea, it's like how optimized some of the movement is. This is my 4th run in a row where I've entered this level with 99 Wampa Fruit and 11 lives. So it's the path that we follow is very basically set for some movement. Obviously could vary by a few. That was close, jumped a little early. Instead, just using dash jump, trying to travel through this level as fast as possible. They introduced these 2 guys on the side, just like lifting crates that can just like trip you up.
So the technique that he's using in this level is actually jumping after quickly charging. And if you don't jump, you end up just having to wait for the cooldown for the next charge. And it ends up like you have quite a bit of time where you're just standing there doing nothing, just walking forward.
And hop over the turtle.
Yeah, in the polar bear levels in this game, you can't just hold the charge. In Crash 3, the counterpart to these levels, you have like a level where you ride a tiger, which you can actually just maintain the charge. You just hold down the button. And this one is more of like a press, and you charge for about a second or 2. So jumping out of that is the way to keep the most speed.
Yeah. Bird of Ruin coming up. It's a very short level if played properly, but a lot can very easily go wrong, especially for an analog player like myself, because it's very narrow paths that you have to stay perfectly straight on, or else you're just flying off the edge. So, wish me luck. Use those boxes kind of line myself up. Now for safety. Also using the glitch high jump, we can go what fire?
That fire.
Yep. It does. I mean, it's okay for me to take damage at least once. I would prefer to leave this level with 1 mass. Also, the fastest way to actually go down those is to slide, but there's a very decent chance you can actually get stuck in the floor. Crash in this game, for some reason, likes to stay inside objects, and it's basically you have to leave the level and re-enter and redo it.
Yeah,
so
that most commonly occurs in these ruin levels.
Yes.
Just being embedded into the ground, and he'll just have to exit the level.
So I've just changed the movement up a little bit throughout these levels, just to very heavily reduce the chance of that happening to almost minimal. I mean, it doesn't happen too often, but that level is definitely the worst about it. And plant food, the only scary thing about this level is the first couple jumps, because you're literally ignoring most of the cycles. All right, we're good.
Nice. The plant food opening is very, very tricky.
Yeah, it's the only thing I'm scared about this level. It's not, it can be very evil sometimes.
think one thing that should be said about the whole embedding issue with the PAL region, it's not actually very common in the NTSC version to embed objects, but when they switched this to from the 30 FPS to 25 FPS, they sped up Crash, which is what gave him the extra speed, but not only is he faster, but they have fewer amount of frames to do the calculations, so he's even going faster, mathematically speaking. It's that lets you slip by walls and stuff if you're going too fast before it realizes there's a wall there.
Again, just skipping gems because they're unnecessary to this category.
It's just like, it calls about a second going around them instead of like 3 seconds just throwing all up in the warp room like the crystal. Alright, this is the last level of Warp 3. It is the final chase level in the run. It's one of my most interesting. It's actually the only chase level that you cannot slide under the electric gates consistently. Like as you saw, I just was sliding under, like doing slide spins under all of them, while these I just have to do more of a normal slide. 2. I dropped input there and just like threw off my timing a bit, as you might hear me occasionally like say numbers. That's just me counting my number of neutral slide things I have to do before I enter my next input.
Yeah, one downside about moving really fast in this game is that the game actually lags a lot, especially on the PAL version. And every time the game lags, you can't actually put any inputs in, and they just get dropped. So very often you'll see runners just slide in front of a hole and then walk into it because their jump just didn't get registered by the game. It definitely becomes extremely annoying when running the game, but you learn to deal with it.
It's like sometimes if you just see me randomly stop for no reason or do like 2 slides in a row, it's usually that happening. Got the clip into the ceiling just for the swag. It does not save any time, it just looks awesome. Alright, coming up next is Tiny, Tiny the Tiger. He's the biggest RNG element in the run. It's in the 3rd phase, well, you'll just see it in a moment, I'll just explain it then.
$50 from Platypus Socks 190. I have work to be doing right now, but it doesn't seem that I care. Spyro, Crash, and Jak. If you want me to lose my job, keep up the great work, guys.
Alright, you see, for Tiny, it's just the, for each phase he drops 3, then 2, then 1, and it's just which ones he drops are completely RNG dependent. So it's like he can do a few extra hops a few times, or it could just give you a spot where it could literally be impossible to drop him. Like, I don't know how I somehow managed to get him to drop in that one. But for the 3rd phase, getting the corners are the worst unless you are hopping there on that hop where he would fall. Like right now I have to wait an extra cycle because it's not possible to get him to jump there. Wow, this is bad RNG. Jesus. There goes about 20 seconds. There we go. Can I get a time check, please?
25:33.
Really good pace run right now, just especially with that RNG. So that was about 20 seconds lost. Warp 4 now is the spot where how many masks I have will determine what level I enter, because I want 2 masks entering Hanging Out, which is level 16. It is the only level and time in the run where you'll see me getting 3 masks. And I just got stuck in the wall for a moment.
The scenery in this game is very interactive.
Yeah, and it doesn't like letting you go by sometimes. Alright, and let's see if I can get the mass jump. There we go. It's kind of precise, landing on that right before that. Alright, that's a good cycle. With that, I can jump over that first fence and just slide around that one. There's a little opening on the side that you can like hop in. Also, where these plants shoot their seeds are RNG dependent, so hopefully they will be nice to me today and not land in my path. And this is Digging It. It's the longest level in this run for any percent. It's a little over 2 minutes. Right, we got a bad cycle here, so I'm going to try and do a backup strat, which I got. Just landing on top the pole of the gate, electric gate. Alright, these plants are being very kind today. I'm happy. I mean, there's, like, especially right there, that's because you have one narrow path you can follow. It can screw you over sometimes.
$10 from Dark Tommy, my first donation of AGDQ. We all believe in Jak II in French. Plus, the runner will surely laugh by hearing a hilarious Dactor's voice.
So, yeah, since I managed to leave Digging It with 2 masks, I will be going to hang out and praying not to mess up in the first half of the level. Because if you get hit in the first half, you basically lose 15 seconds for not being able to get the 3 masks form. Which I will point out why soon enough. Alright, that's the hard part out of the way.
Yeah, that's tricky not to get hit there.
Alright, you'll notice how slow Crash moves while hanging here. It's just basically kind of have to wait sometimes. Got decent cycles here, so it's not too bad. And the only time you'll ever see this in the entire run.
As you can see, he's not neutral slide spinning at all here. It's very slowed down, but
as you see, this is the whole reason we do it. It saves about 15 seconds. You don't have to wait any cycles, and he moves crazy fast while hanging on those while in this form.
Yeah, for some reason though, the standard movement you do is just drastically slowed down when you have invincibility.
Yeah, it's actually slower than just like walking speed.
Yeah, but the monkey bars, as you saw, sped up.
That is an intentional hit because I do not want to enter my next level with 2 masks. It's easier to do it with 1.
$25 from Nitrofski. Crash Bandicoot is one of the biggest parts of my childhood, if not the biggest. I played every game in the series, and I've been looking forward to this all week. Also, a glitch run of Pokemon Green sounds amazing. Let's make it happen.
And just Crash not doing what I want him to do and just like standing around.
This is the second level with bees that chase you. Fortunately, you move so quick that you can very easily outspeed bees. You're meant to sort of burrow underneath in the mud. If you spin, Crash will actually dig down. If you do a neutral slide spin though, like if you spin out of a slide, you're not gonna dig down. Yeah, I mean,
also, something to note, right there on that platform, I use the invincibility frames of spinning to not take damage from that plant seed on that platform as I landed. But yeah, it's like, casually, you're supposed to dig down, as Boom said, in those things.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that are mitigated throughout the game.
As you saw, I just did that again there with the invincibility frames. And since I have 2 masks here and I only need 1 for the next level, spike jump.
Yeah, very few things that you actually have to slow down for in this run. The levels go by very, very quickly.
Alright, there's a trick I'll be doing in the next level that I'm only going to go for it once. It saves about 6 seconds if you nail it, 15 to 20 seconds if you fail it. So, just point out when you get to it, it's called pillar strats. And also, you saw we just use the glitch high jump to kind of just ignore that first flame. So, play a little safe there. this bounce. First part of this level is really slow paced, but it picks up very quickly. Yeah, had a bad cycle there, so just had to wait a moment.
So the pillar strats, as Roach mentioned, it's a lot easier to stay aligned by waiting on these pillars. What Roach is going to be going for here is just doing a quick jump at the end here.
Using a glitch high jump too, and I failed it. It's basically to land on that cycle in the back and then jump straight where the crystal is.
The difficult part there is keeping the alignment.
Yes. It's just if you're just a little off, I mean these, you basically have to stay straight on them, and you're also like sliding around as you're on them because of the angle that they are. I'm kind of disappointed I didn't make it, so but first death to run, so I'll just be happy with that. Or if you get hit by those, very quick death, but if those logs hit you, they basically take you down into the hole with them. It doesn't matter how many masks you have, they're just going to drag you down. I mean, thankfully there's a checkpoint right there, so it's just a few seconds lost. Cold Hard Crash is basically the only level I'm afraid of dying in the most, because you take the death route, which is only available if you do not die in the level, is about 30 to 40 seconds faster than the standard route throughout the level. So hopefully we can achieve this and show off some cool strats in that death route. 666 height. Also, like, you're supposed to have to wait there, but and since I have 2 masks, I'm intentionally taking a point of damage there because this mask right here is unavoidable. Alright, and we are in the death route. There's a path usually only supposed to be taken for 100% completion because of the gem at the end, but it's just so much faster for the 90% category. Three, 1, 1, 2.
Yeah, we should point out that isn't just like an optional section to do that. That actually skips a large part of the main level to, you know, take the different path instead. So this skips straight to the end of the level. The death route's just a much shorter path to take.
I said it's a good 30 to 40 seconds saved. It is quite large. So a death in this level is very costly and basically a run ender for pretty much any speed run. Alright, the next fight is the engine boss fight. I'm not sure if it's a him or her. I don't even think the game creators are 100% sure about that. But on the PAL version, he moves much slower, which allows you to, break 2 of his parts at the same time. And what I'm going to be trying to do is, like, I got to actually kind of focus here and pay attention. I got to count the hits. Alright, I failed the early double arm, so I have to wait this attack. It's possible to break both arms right there, but it's very tight. If you miss like 1 shot, it's basically, it's over. It's a lot fat. It's easier to just wait until he does this to break them both at the same time instead of breaking 1. 3, 2. Ooh, that's bad. Ah, missed it. Alright, missing the double shoulders there loses about, well, thankfully this is the easier shoulder to deal with, but it's still about a good 13 seconds lost.
Yeah, as pointed out before, the Komodo bros from Warp 2 have a lot of speed run tech. This fight does as well. There are some insane strats you could go for engine.
It's like there's a strat right here, which saves 6 seconds if you one cycle that, but it is extremely risky, and you have to restart the entire fight if you fail it.
Master Cortex,
And we're entering the last warp room now. Which is, the first two levels here are by far the hardest in the run. You will shortly see, because there's a lot of stuff that wants to zap you, burn you, crush you. It's just everything is after you. I missed the early cycle there. You can actually be fast enough and get under there and just be ahead of that cycle. It's possible to do 3D jumps around some of these items to skip a few cycles, which I will be showing off a few later.
3D jump referring to just jumping forward, but sort of reconfiguring your alignment to be jumping toward the screen, so as to jump around. Like it's making use of sort of the 2.5D effect. These are 2D sections, but there's a bit of 3D range.
And I will be doing my first one right there.
Nice.
And just for a little swag right here. Boing. I said it's possible to go around a lot of those cycles using those 2.5 range type jumps, or 3D jumps as we call them, but to save a few more seconds level, but they're extremely risky because if you get the movement wrong, you can like get stuck on the body of the whatever you're trying to jump around and it'll just drop you straight into the ground.
$30 from Anonymous. I now have the sudden urge to 100% run Crash 2.
You think that now?
Use the 3D jump right there to get around that cycle and made it easier to kill that enemy. So there's a little waiting in these levels, but nothing too major. So you'll see me doing a damage boost up here very shortly. Oops, jumped a little too early. Okay, well I only meant to get hit once, but I can just climb on top of the stage and skip that section.
Yep. Bouncing on that guy enables you to actually, again, make use of like the 3D range and just get on top of that wall and just neutral slide spin across it.
And you see, sliding those enemies up from the top just basically kills them. I mean, if you normally hit that fire. Also, you see I'm approaching the front of this, that area because there's actually an invisible wall to the left of that backside of that enemy, which you'll just get stuck on and can't move forward and you'll die. Or just get hit repeatedly until you die. Anyway, the scary section of the level is out of the way. Next is one of the 2 jetpack levels that they introduced as a mechanic in Crash 2 for Warp 5. This would be a great time to read some donations off. It's just pretty straightforward, nothing to really say about it.
Okay, thank you. $25 from Super Squared. Been a great AGDQ so far, and so many good runs still to come. Seeing so many talented players is inspiring me to try my hand at speedrunning. I'm putting this donation towards acting out the squat scene in FF7. I don't even know what I could donate for that until I didn't even know I could donate for that until last night. FF7 squats hype. $15 from Lance Charlson. From the UK. Running away towards the camera from something dangerous. A classic trope of Naughty Dog games. Kappa Crash is basically the reason why I got into games and drawing, as well as Rayman. Thanks for speedrunning this game.
One thing to at least touch base on is these enemies roaches spinning there. You're meant to spin them 2 times, and the second time you'll bump them into the like fiery wall that's up. But in the PAL version, you can actually just spin them once and then just fly through it. I guess it was maybe just an oversight in programming that the wall doesn't hurt you.
Yeah, so that's thank you for mentioning that, Spoon. It's something I forgot to mention about that. It actually saves about 5 to 8 seconds per enemy in each of those levels. So you save about a good close to 30 seconds between the 2 jetpack levels just because of that difference. This is actually my personal favorite level in this run, but just because it's a little dark, can't really see much, and you just have to know what you're doing. You have these little fireflies that can help you out. But there are these little slopes near the end of some of these holes which you can just do what we call an extended slide that can, well, your slide will go much farther than intended and will drop you in the hole. And here's my favorite section. You're supposed to kind of go around these, but why not just go under them?
Yeah, that's one of the few sections in the game where hitbox is actually more merciful than it looks. These little jellyfish things, whatever people call them, yeah, it's surprising how much you can just kind of avoid them.
Well, part of it is that as long as you're sliding or spinning,
is it triggering the invincibility?
Yeah, you're invincible.
Also, something to note here, that I'm intentionally taking damage there because there's a bug in the PAL version where if you enter the next level rocket with 2 masks, it will instantly drop you to your death. And it's like a 4-second loss and you don't have any masks to do the level in.
Sorry, just to clarify what Kane just brought up a second ago. We did touch base on that before, but there's a lot of instances in this game where when you're spinning and also when you're sliding, you can just avoid taking damage. It essentially gives you a bit of an invincibility effect. It doesn't work against all things, but certain things just won't be able to hit you. It's funny because back in the Ripperoo fight, when Ripperoo lays out his TNTs, that's one of the things that can be avoided.
Yeah, you can actually slide through the explosions of the TNTs there and not take damage and die. It's kind of funny, but a little risky.
Yeah.
I just do that when I'm actually just doing attempts for fun and just showing off. I mean, there's just still a chance of death, so it's not worth taking the chance on it. I was really close in that cycle. Since I hit that wall, I was almost a little late where I would have got zapped. I got a bad cycle there, but since I had the mask, it did not matter, since this is the last level of the run.
Rexy sends us another $5. What's your fave piece of music in Crash 2? If you say anything other than Rocket, it's an incorrect answer. P.S. Go Team France.
I'm still going to go with Knife Fight. Anyway, entering into Cortex Fight, you actually do not want to mash any buttons here because the game can soft lock. Also, get ready on time. This is a very anticlimactic fight. It's kind of, yeah, you'll see.
Goes by pretty quick.
Basically, just dodge boulders, and when Cortex slows down and gets close to you, just spin them and hit them. And time.
All right.
Very happy with that. There you go. Thank you guys for letting me do my run here. It was a great experience. It's a lot of fun hanging out with a lot of these guys here. And just donate some more and Korean language for Jak II. Let's do it.
In Korea.
Speaking of Jak II, it looks like, which is coming up, it looks like the French language is in the lead, 3766 versus Korean language at 3462. $5 from GoTo. Nice to see my childhood game being beaten like this. Keep on running. So next up is Jak II by Nitrofski. And I think we are going to take a quick break and do a commercial. So see you when we come back.
Good morning and welcome to Awesome Games Done Quick 2015. That was a great run of Crash Bandicoot 2. Coming up next is Jak II by Nitrofski, so stay tuned for that. Awesome Games Done Quick is a Games Done Quick event held every year in January, featuring members of the Speed Demos Archive and Speedruns Live communities. SDA proudly hosts speedruns of over 1,000 games with forums containing speedrun planning and marathon discussions. SDA welcomes gamers old and new alike. You can follow them on Twitter at SDA Speedruns and visit the website at speeddemosarchive.com. SRL is the best site to race video games online against other players of all skill levels. They are also hosting a short series of races starting on January 7th titled Get Yourself Speedrunning. You can go to their front page, speedrunslive.com, for more information and to watch a variety of speedrun streams. For more information about Games Done Quick, you can follow at Games Done Quick on Twitter and see information about the event on gamesdonequick.com.
Know anything about this game?
I mean, I beat it. I watched it run it. I just am not a speedrunner.
Yeah, I don't know too much about this game.
I can comment on like the random troll stuff that everyone hates.
All right. Could the game audio be turned up to a tiny bit? Like actually quite more than a tiny bit. Since there was a donation incentive for the language, I want people to hear the language much. So like, that's good. Yeah. Thanks.
Merry Christmas to you.
Yeah, I don't know when I was Jak boys. Just chilling. Just chilling. That's understandable. Are you in the chat? Yeah, it's just chilling. What? Je suis Charlie. I am Charlie. In French. I don't know. Oh, in time to get a record, boys.
Yeah. All right. Before we begin, this game is Jak II, obviously. Wait, I already started. That's not good. I'm gonna exit quickly. This is Jak II. It's the sequel to the game called Jak and Daxter: The Precursor Legacy. It basically inherited all the movement from the game. Basically, on-foot movement is basically the same as Jak and Daxter: The Precursor Legacy, meaning that we basically have a lot of pretty good options to do platforming. Unfortunately, the game also has only a really tiny bit of platforming at the start. This platforming, like, it's 1 minute long. It's gonna take all my focus because it's pretty hard. So, like, for the first minute, I'm pretty much just gonna play. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
Best voice actors incoming.
Oh yeah, the French voice is awful for Daxter.
Alerte, on signale une évasion.
Oh, damn.
One thing that should be noted is Nitrofski is French-Canadian.
Vous vous trouvez dans une zone surveillée. Le secteur est en état d'alerte.
Well, I first played this game in French, and I don't know how I managed to go through the game with... Oh, damn, that's bad. Alright. Wow. This start awfully. Basically, I'm going for a few boosted extended uppercuts. Well, a few boosted, and that last one was a boosted extended. And depending on the cycle, it can be really tricky. There, I got it.
Rendez-vous. Vous êtes en état d'arrestation.
Tu peux sauter plus loin en roulant dedans.
Damn. This is really bad movement. I'm not playing this bad usually. Alright.
Si tu sautes avant de plonger, tu retomberas assez violemment pour faire de gros dégâts. C'est drôle de casser des trucs, hein?
Yeah, to do a boosted extended uppercut, he has to barely walk off the ledge and then do an uppercut and a spin. And the timing on it is very precise, so it is quite common to fail them. Thankfully, there isn't too many boosted extenders in this run.
When done right, the escape of the first mission can look really great. Like, it can take basically under a minute. My fastest time is 59.1 seconds. Alright.
Can we get a roll call on the couch?
I'm obviously Nitrofski.
I'm ChrisLBC.
La carte de la ville est affichée en bas à droite. Suivez les icônes de la carte pour accéder aux points stratégiques.
So,
Bienvenue dans le
incoming
système de transport
is
de la ville.
a huge sequence break
Vous
in the
pouvez
race,
circuler
in the
dans
run.
deux zones, une basse et une
Basically,
haute.
the way any person works, you
Changez
have
de zone de
to
circulation.
skip to like 60%
Changez de
of
zone
the
de
game.
circulation pour éviter les véhicules et les obstacles.
By doing, what you do is basically you skip like a few waypoints in the city, barriers that are unlocked a little bit later in the story. Here I'm doing red barrier skip. I'm skipping the red barrier. I'll be skipping the yellow barrier, although you don't really see it this time because it's, well, I'm skipping it a little bit far from it. And after I'm be done with that, I'm gonna be going to skip Mars Tomb. Mars Tomb is the last mission of the Act 2, and finishing this mission takes you all the way to 60% completed with the game. Basically saves 2 hours.
Also, when you skip later into the game by basically, he just skipped half the game by doing those tricks, and he's about to do another trick to get to Mars Tomb really early. But when you go into a later part of this game, and same thing for Jak II, because it's mission-based, they kind of just expected you to go mission to mission, and if you skip into a later one, you actually cause the game to just give you everything you're supposed to have up to that point. So he's gonna get the jet board and all these guns, and just really saves a lot of time just getting all the items really quickly and skipping half the game.
I got good spawn. By death abusing here, well, basically, first of all, death abusing is required in order for the doors to open and the areas to load. But the death abuse can give you 3 kind of spawns: a really bad one, an average one, and a good one. I'm kind of consistent at getting the good one, but it can also screw me over from time to time. Wow, can't do that. All right. Now I'm doing left tomb skip. Basically, how Mars tombs work, you have to do 2 tombs in whatever order you want, and you can basically skip both of them, but one of them requires the jet board, the other one doesn't. So I'm doing the one that does not require the jet board, and it's gonna give me the jet board when I'm gonna be done with the mission, allowing me to do the other skip, which is very convenient. On this weird water thing, you can actually get a roll on the last frame of jump, and there you go. That skips all of left tomb except for the Dexter part. This is the only time in the run we'll play as Dexter. It's basically just a chasing mission. Starts with a boulder, ends with a spider. after this, there will be quite a long time to wait because the spider like loses its rubber bending at the top area. So I'm gonna get there way earlier than they expected you to get. Still have to wait for the spider to get here. Now the fun begins, because after this, I actually advanced through one of the missions, so the game assumes that I have done everything before that. It gives me a few guns, and more importantly, the jet board. The jet board is a pretty broken way of transportation. Oh wow, can't believe I made that with this. Alright. That was an extended front flip. Incoming is another really cool glitch with the jet board that you will see. Maybe it will blow your mind, but whatever happens, don't applause, because right after the glitch, I need silence to do tombstones, which is basically a music puzzle, and I just realized that if I get a bad puzzle, bad pattern, I'm fucked because I haven't opened my patterns yet. Wow. What's going on? There you go. And I got a bad angle. I'm really sorry, guys, to give you such a bad run. Oh, man, no. No. Oh, I feel bad. What you saw was the hover glitch. You can basically gain height infinitely, keeping the speed you had when you started the hover, using a weird set of inputs on the hoverboard and the jet board. This is a much better angle. You see the aerial outdoor. There you go. And now it had to be that one. God damn it. Okay. I don't know this one by heart. Yeah, there's 6 patterns possible. Oh man.
Yeah, you're supposed to match these tombstones. They play a little musical sound, and you have to match them.
I know 4 to 5 of the patterns by heart. This one is the one I know the less. And it obviously had to be this one, because this is a marathon. This way. God damn it. This is a train wreck, sorry. Okay. Here you'll see a restart warp. You basically restart the mission and it will warp you straight to where you have to go. And RNG bus fight. Not much to say apart from like pointing out the weird voices because it's so awkward to play in French.
Salut les anges de ma part.
He basically said like, greet the angels from me, the angels from me. Oh man, this one, yeah, I got it. Cool. All right, this would be a good time for donations.
Excellent. Well, I'd like to first mention that we have some donation. Sorry. Donation incentives for the game coming up, Pokemon. It's either red or blue, and you can donate to choose which one it is. Also, there is going to potentially be a glitched run of Pokemon Green by Shenanigans if we raise something like $1,900. So get your bids in by the end of the Pokemon block.
Oh my god, I'm so bad.
As for the bid war, Pokemon, let's see, which one is winning? One of them has to be winning. It's close. Pokemon Blue is winning by barely $100.
How did you want me to get that? God damn it.
Tels sont les pouvoirs de la pierre dans des mains expertes. Salut les anges de ma part.
Hopefully the whole run will not be as bad as this.
Je compatis beaucoup à ta douleur.
We still have time for donations?
Oh man, what?
We have $100 from Sven Fen. Seeing the evil I started come to completion. Put this all towards Wooper Z as the Pokemon trainer name.
Alright, this hover is not required, but it saves like 3 seconds to do it. Oh. This door. This hover is not required either. Most of the time when you'll see me in the airlock entering the city, I'll be turning the camera here, this way, to manipulate zoomers to spawn. Because zoomers will never spawn in the angle the camera is looking, unless they spawn really far. So by doing that, I basically allow zoomers to spawn closer and saves time.
Cette zone est interdite.
Nice driving on the bridge. So if you were to look at the mission history now, you would see that you have completed like 20 missions so far, and that you are 66% into the game or something like that. And basically the story won't make any sense from now on, because like, how did Jak get here? Nobody knows. Anyway, I have friends that I don't know how I made that I have to go rescue. They're in a fortress full of guards.
Also, just to note, that boss fight was actually the second boss of the game. This shows how much you actually skip with the first initial skips.
The upcoming trick is the hardest trick for me in this run. So I hope I'll get it first try.
Tu récupères tes pots de vin cette semaine. Passagers.
Of course. Okay, this is slow, but it still works. So got it. Skips pressing 5 buttons, basically skips like 40 seconds of this mission. Then I'm gonna go to a mission that I don't know I should go to yet, but it works, so I'll go do it. Why not? You can't actually just do this mission without doing a restart warp in the elevator, because somehow the restart warp triggers something that loads the right version of the zone. Basically restart warping here makes the game think I actually have talked to the crew. And fun fact, if I go back up the elevator from here, I'll start going up, and as soon as the city... Oh man, this is bad. Sometimes it doesn't load the way I want to. If I were to go back up the elevator after this, the city would load, but the elevator would instantly unload because it was not supposed to happen. So I'll just fall in the void. What the... There's something wrong with this, guys. They patched the game. I'm seriously sorry. You don't have to watch this.
But please, donate.
There you go. This is what should have happened the first time.
Attention, vous quittez la ville.
Et voilà notre homme.
Oh,
Ben, un ami du temps.
God, I hate this voice.
Gros a dit que t'allais nous protéger. J'ai explosif dans le dos.
Oh yeah, this gun is not supposed to shoot that fast. But if you jump shoot and jump spin and shoot while you spin, you will actually shoot that fast, and there's a pretty strong auto aim with it.
Ah, ils descendent les murs. T'as la gâchette chatouilleuse, toi.
Alright.
C'est bon, on peut y aller. À moi
And
de jouer maintenant.
Jack's a good
Touchez-vous
dancer,
les
guys.
oreilles.
Look at this.
Attention les
He knows
oreilles.
some moves.
Garde la tête baissée, tu veux mon chou? T'as flippé, hein?
Taking damage on purpose, that way I can kill those guys earlier and
Allez, on bouge.
skip,
Tu t'en sors pas mal avec ces bouts de ferraille, mon
skip basically getting ambushed from behind. Also, those guys are hanging and just waiting for us to advance, but I make them fall by shooting them early.
L'odeur du soufre est enivrante.
If I move any further ahead, the mission will fail. So I'll just wait.
Tire, petit, tire. Je me suis poussé dessus. Bien joué, mec. Tu sais que je t'aime, toi. Un trou va être perturbant si tu te plantes. Allez, et que ça saute.
And this is an auto-scroller from here on out, basically, so I can do whatever I want, including have fun.
Good time for donations then.
Yay.
Because we have one from the Jak community for $110. Nitrof, you sure have become good at this game. The entire Jak community is sitting here in Mumble cheering you on. We are all happy that a talented runner like you could represent us all. Good luck on the run and hover on.
Thanks. Hover.
There's a donation for $20 from Turtle. Korean Hype. Sorry, but French one. One of my fave games from my childhood, and a definite classic in the PS2 library.
This gun is pretty broken. If you know how to use it, it can pretty much destroy everything. Not as much as a few guns in Jak II.
Fais gaffe, mon grand. Faut que je t'arrange le portrait.
There you go.
Allez, on sort de là avant le prochain arrivage. T'as pas perdu ta journée, toi? Allez, on finit ça.
Il est hors de question que j'y retourne.
You're supposed to take the down path with those guys, but it leads the same way, so why not? And this mission is done.
Vous quittez la zone de sécurité.
Next mission, I basically protect the hideout from a bunch of exploding robot that has lasers as a
Décontamination
defense.
terminée.
They are not as strong as I make it sound. They actually have no invincibility frame between two hits, and they don't damage you when you are right by them. So you can basically spin them and they'll take damage every frame. So it takes like 5 seconds to kill one by just jump spinning and shooting. I left the zoomer there so I can take it back. Not all the area is allowed to do this, but this one does, so I use it. So here's the strat for those guys. If you're on the zoomer, you just get off the zoomer while aiming the zoomer at the guy, it explodes on them, then you just finish them by hand. And there you go. Good zoomer RNG as well. I'd rather have had a zoomer in the right direction, but this works.
Now, can you steal other kinds of vehicles aside from zoomers, but the zoomer is just the fastest?
In this run, I don't use any other car, any other kind of vehicle because they are not required. But in the all-mission run, you have to use cars in like 2 missions. But in my case, I'm just using zoomers because they are faster. That was a bad bump, but alright. I didn't get as many spin hits as I expected, so.
Joli coup, mon grand. Bon travail, Jak. Je pense qu'on dormira mieux ce soir.
Zoomers are also pretty fragile. Sometimes they'll take a huge hit and still be okay, but some other times you'll just run them into the wall at 5 miles per hour and they'll explode. This time it's smoking. It's like at its 3rd phase of damage. It's not losing speed quite yet, but as soon as it's flaming, it's easier. It's better to. Oh, also screw the walls. Yeah. This game has a few things like that that are just left out. It's funny to think that they actually. This wall is actually solid when you're on foot, but it like completely disappears when you're on a zoomer. This is the first of 2 races in this run. I'm doing the first lap the safe way. There's a faster skip later on, a faster skip a little bit later that I could do, but since there are all those other zoomers behind me that could basically just run into me while I set it up, it's faster or much safer without being much slower to just take the first skip. You'll see the second skip right here. There you go. This would be a good time for donations now.
Cool. Oh, let's see, we have a donation from Clement Herbert. Awesome runs for an awesome cause. A very good friend of mine is finally cured after 3 different cancers that could have been avoided if tests had been made soon enough. Omelette du fromage. And sorry about my French. Thank you, Clement, for your $50. We have $250 from Brett824. Shoutouts to the 502 and Isaac Cruz for keeping me interested in speedrunning long enough to be able to donate to this great cause. Also, Whooper Z for trainer name. Or is it Whoopers? I don't know.
I'd like to point out that 2 days ago in the practice room, I actually got a world record run. So this is just me being unlucky and I don't know what's going on, but yeah. If he had been a little bit closer to me, I would have blown up with him.
We have $25 from KJ. My wallet was too heavy, so thought I'd donate a bit more. Good luck on the run, Nitrof, and will we see the 106 this run?
Not likely. I'll try to do my best to still get a good time, though. This is not what I wanted.
Activité suspecte dans ce secteur.
Whoa. Okay.
Interdit de circuler.
$50.20 from Nuki. Greetings from Korea. It's my third year watching AGDQ. Just wanted to say good luck to all the runners and shout outs to 502 crew with a K.
The upcoming mission, you're supposed to complete it with using a Titan suit, place blocks, throw blocks, kill enemies, but you know, we have a jet board.
Quittez la zone de sécurité.
So why would we use something slow? Wait, this is not the right thing. I'm totally sorry. I'm supposed to go all the way down. I don't know why. Why are you all still watching?
Vous entrez à Abbeville.
Yeah, I'm supposed to go all the way down to the port. This is what I'm supposed to do later in the run. And there's no zoomer, of course. Okay. This run can still beat one of my old PBs. Like, it can still easily beat the world record that didn't use hovers. Just gonna do my best to make it happen, because... Okay, I promise from now on, no more fuck up. So yeah, I was doing something I'm supposed to do later. The thing is, like, you get in the same area basically 2 missions in a row. The next mission is basically gonna take me to the stadium, and right after I have to go to the mission that I was going for. And it's confusing when you don't have your splits to like tell you where you're supposed to go. Actually, I should have just looked at the map. Anyway.
Vous voulez essayer de battre le record?
Oh, well. What I did right here is pause buffering. When there's text in the bottom of the screen, you cannot interact with anything. But what's possible to do instead, you can pause the screen and pause the game and unpause it, and that will actually remove the text in the bottom of the screen for long enough for you to be able to interact with things.
Me voilà!
There's $35 from Specfresser. Here you go, guys. Keep up the good work. I'm having such a good time watching all week long. Let's kick cancer down. Props from France.
So this mission, Arrow Race, is basically a race in the city. You have to go through all the booster rings, otherwise you'll fail the mission. Funny thing, if you look at the map, there's this red arrow, that's arrow. Sometimes you'll go just straight past a ring. Sometimes you'll go through walls. It's just not fair, but it's still easy to win. If I miss a ring, I can go back for it, except for 2 rings in the race that are just impossible to go back for. I'm just gonna do my best not to fail one like I did in the practice room 2 days ago. Go, first one down. Nice. What the fuck was that? Sorry for the words. Surprisingly still close to being a sub-2 arrow race. now I'm supposed to go to Dead Town. So this may look like a deja vu, but it's not supposed to be. Oh man. Didn't see that coming.
Jak, il faut que tu te rendes sur les ruines de la ville morte et que tu trouves mon ancien labo pour récupérer un objet que j'ai
Boomer's going
laissé
so
il y a
slow.
bonne chance. Et Daxter, fais un peu de ménage pendant que tu y es.
Quick translation, Samos just asked Daxter to clean his
Ouverture, le
old lab.
protecteur.
There you go. When you go through the Titan suit route or like through another mission that's like Protect Site and Dead Town route, the hut actually spawns and you know where you have to go. But since hover was found, we basically just skip straight there and the hut actually does not spawn. You have to estimate where it should be. The cutscene trigger is still there.
Vous entrez à Abbeville.
I'll do a quick ammo check right now and try to commentate. I have 57 blaster, no more Vulcan barrel, almost full of the scatter, and the Peacemaker is not important yet. The upcoming mission is the mission in which I aim at fully replenishing all of my ammo and hopefully get 7 or 8 Peacemaker shots for the final boss at the same time. So since I want to get as much ammunition as possible, I am going to punch all the enemies instead of killing them with my guns. It's not gonna waste any time. Don't worry about it. The next mission is on a timer. It's kind of an auto scroller. It's just fun to think that in one mission I can basically just fill all the ammo I need for the rest of the run. There was one right there, but I'd rather like have a zoomer that's going the right direction already, because I don't have to waste time turning around. Plus the jetboard is nearly as fast as a zoomer, so.
Quittez la zone de sécurité.
Alright, so I'll be writing a pad. During that time, I basically cannot do anything except pause the game. Right here, I lost complete control over the character. I can move the camera, but that's it. I can also pause the game and do restart mission, but this only saves time at certain points, because otherwise you won't actually get where you want to go. So when I reach this part right here, I restart the mission. This will warp me all the way to Samos, and I can basically start the mission right from there. Taking this gun out just because it's the most important ammo, and I want to make sure I reach as much as I expect to reach. I'll be using it a few times. For instance, there are flying enemies that you just cannot get easily with punches.
Thank you, Valen, for your $50 donation. I love this game. Looking at the schedule, it looks like we're up for a great weekend. Thanks for all the great runs. Put this towards Kill the Sephiroths with Omnislash.
By the way, those guys are basically saying that they are shot at. And it's actually not the case. As you can see, I'm not shooting at all. Except for those guys up here. Alright. They need 2 kills each to die. Sometimes they are very picky. Very hard to get quickly.
We have $10 from Probable Prime. Nitro, don't worry. A perfect run is often boring. It's how you recover that's interesting. Another $20 coming your way if you stop apologizing. Come back, hype.
Hype. Okay. Alright. I used a bit more ammo than I wanted here, but it's alright. This could be bad. Okay. When you punch board right as you lose control, you actually still have control over the character, and you will move. But moving too far can cause the mission to fail. Here I can restart warp a bit earlier. I can actually do it as soon as I go through this arch. This might have been a little bit too early, but I'm gonna try it anyway. Okay, so it's fine. Next mission. Chris is looking forward to this mission. It is called Rescue Lurkers for Brother. You have to rescue some lurkers for Brother, but in fact what you have to do is shoot some driving cages to like free some lurkers and then drive those lurkers down to some pipes or bunkers, or I don't know what it is exactly. The thing is, sometimes the lurkers will just fly off very long distances. Ammo is good though. I'm gonna do my best to make this mission safe. Alright, first one down. Okay, the second lurker, although I did take a bit more time than I wanted to free it. It got close enough to the entrance of the pipe for me not to have to worry about him after freeing him, so it was good enough. This next one can be a real troll. It will actually be a troll if I'm not careful now. There you go.
Thankfully he didn't fall in the water, else that would have failed the mission immediately.
Yeah, there's 2 things that can make you fail the mission: having a lurker fall in the water or having a lurker fall out of bounds. The second doesn't happen really often, but it happened to me in one of my PBs. And I basically couldn't really be mad because it looked so funny. Just to come in. Oh man, okay. Where's the lurker now? He's right here. What is he doing? Okay, there's a zoomer right here. Right, you're here? Come in.
As you can see, the lurkers can be very,
what
very
is
trolly.
he doing? I'm right here.
All right, yep, Tim.
I knew this would happen. It's a marathon.
He was not even looking at me. Hopefully after this mission there is a few good things that will happen. One of the next mission is called Destroy Eggs. I'm gonna talk more about it when I'll be going straight toward it. Let's just say it's much shorter than it should be.
Covert Muffin gives $10, saying, shout out to the runners so far. Thank you for showing off your swag and raising money for a great cause. Really enjoying Nitrofski's run so far and excited to see more awesome skills later on. Shout out to the Day Knights and to Die Hard being the best Final Fantasy.
Oh wait, I'm not supposed to do it that way. It's not too bad. It's barely slower than what I do. Yeah, okay. Oh my goodness, this voice.
I love it.
Okay.
Thank you, Burned Head, for your $100. Shoutouts to the tech station and everyone else behind the scenes who makes this awesome event possible. KFJ, please say a laugh in your worst French accent. I'm not going to do that.
Contribuez généreusement au fond.
Oh well. Roll jump, yay. Saved a few frames. Alright, so this mission you're supposed to go through through like 3 paths, going all the way up to the bin at the top. I'm not doing that because we have something we call hover, and basically I can just fly to the trigger. The mission's over. It's supposed to take like 3 minutes or so. Next mission is the first time I will use the Titan suit, and funny thing is, the first thing you'll see is actually a glitch with the Titan suit. It turns out that the Titan suit has a hard time just sliding up those things, so you can just walk on it. If you walk here close enough to the actual rooms you're intended to walk in, you will load them, but you can just completely skip them. When I reach this area right here, I drop down into the room and go on with the normal path. Good thing is, from now on, there is nearly no time waste with the Titan suit, except for this room where I have to get out, take a gun out, roll jump, and try to shoot this switch. Alright. So you could read more donations.
Sure thing. We have $25 from Lady. AGDQ brought me to Twitch and allowed me to meet the great people in the Jak community, so it's great to see Jak II represented this year. Good luck, Nitrof, and much love to all my Jak boys, Lils.
Also, yeah, you may have noticed that I walked when it was firing without taking damage. You pretty much have to be all the way on the platform while the fire is on to take damage. So it's useless to wait.
Alerte. Défaillance du système de refroidissement de secours. Passage en commande manuelle.
Oh, got 3 hits. Nice.
Alerte. Défaillance du système de refroidissement de secours. Passage en commande manuelle.
So many metalheads. They're like not even getting close to scratching my suit. And they despawn.
C'est le moment de courir!
Système de secours défaillant.
Ah, God. Didn't get it. This is on a cycle. And hopefully I do this flawlessly. Oh.
Système de secours
Closer than I
défaillant.
wanted it to be. Whoa. I'm getting swag strats without wanting them. Oh. Okay. As long as I don't die, I'm fine. Alright. Waiting for the elevator to go up is slow.
Réseau d'écho de plus en plus instable.
Encore un coup dur pour le baron, mes amis.
So what I did there is death abusing in order to cancel the speech from, I don't know who actually said that. I think it was, oh, it's Core, yeah. I canceled the speech from Core, my death abusing, so that I could interact with the portal earlier. In this category, you only see this once, while in all missions you see it 3 or 4 times, I don't remember. Basically, waiting for the guy to stop talking is way, way longer than just dying. So I die as quickly as possible.
We have $20 from Mr. Jerky Jerky. My second donation to this marathon, and what a great job everyone is doing on their runs, and hoping for some more great runs later in the week. GL to all money has to go to Pokemon Red to be played.
I should point out that driving in the city is way harder than I make it look sometimes. I have to say that I impress myself at some points. Also, remember what I did earlier? I went through a wall. It turns out this wall is not useful only once. I'm gonna use it again to go at the exact same place. This game is basically just roaming through the city a few times, going north to south, south to north like 5 times during the hour of this run, and then doing missions, skipping missions basically. Oh. So this is the second race, or the actual third race, because I skipped the first one with the initial skip of the game. It's called Class 1 race. There is an arrow in the bottom that's actually not the same colors as the other. That's because this is the race where we race Errol. Errol being the antagonist of the third game, but that's a spoiler. I'm doing this trick. When you're turning, you can actually press the hopping button, and that will give you a little bit more turning speed. without slowing you down as much as a normal turn would. Though sometimes when you're on an inclined ground like this, it's not really that good to do it. But on a flat ground, it's always good to do it. Though this time it does turn really weird. Last lap and I have like 2 more boosts than I should have at this point. So I'm just going to be boosting all through the lap and probably hit some things on the way. Yeah. Still good enough.
Félicitations, vous avez gagné la médaille d'or.
After this race, it turns out the Baron doesn't want you to visit his palace for some reasons, so he sends all his guards against you. And you might notice the randomness of the bullets. Wow, how did I not see that? Anyway, sometimes they will have like, I don't know if it's a zoomer or something, but it seems you have a magnet. Bullet magnet, and you will just receive all the shots from all the guards, and your zoomer will catch fire in no time. Also, bullets have a huge knockback, even on the zoomers. Yeah, wow. Right. Taking this. I've had worse. I've had way worse, but this... Alright. I took so much time that I already lost to the guards. You're usually supposed to arrive here, still be wanted, and do this reset warp. Or you just restart the mission and end up in front of the palace. Conveniently, the palace is exactly where I want to go. This mission, you're supposed to get a trigger, then walk like in the outer wall, through a vent, things like that. I'm just skipping the initial cutscene trigger and going straight to the end of the vent. The end of the outer wall. There's an elevator in which I just have to step in. So here I go. Step in the elevator, step out, death abuse, and I'll be warped straight outside the palace, completing the mission. All I have to do now is go to the weapons factory.
Vous aviez raison, Jack. Ce que fait mon père est mal. Je veux vous aider. Nous pourrons peut-être l'arrêter si nous parvenons à l'usine d'armes. Je vous y rejoins.
You might not have noticed it, but that was really bad voice acting.
I had no idea.
Really bad. Like she was reading a text or something. Definitely. Nah, not that one. I'm trying to save too many. No! Alright. Trying to save too many frames and this happens. Anyway. Bad angle. You get a hover right outside this mission. And what that causes is basically...
Autorisation noire spéciale requise pour cette porte. Accès autorisé.
You see that I'm just going right over the whole mission. Alright. and drop down, get off the jet board, then the area will load under me. And this is right at the end of the mission. This is pretty much the hardest mission of the game to do casually. And it used to be one of the hardest to do in a speedrun as well, but not anymore. As long as you start the hover with a good angle, you're fine. You just have to keep it and know where to cancel it.
Tu sais bien que je ne peux pas m'empêcher de tricher. C'est mon arme secrète. Dis bonjour à mes petits copains. Ah, quelle joie d'être si nombreux.
I should have played this in French at least once before. I didn't forget how awful it was. I played it in Korean when Korean was actually leading, and I actually got my world record in Korean.
Commence à bien faire.
Should be careful now.
We have $10 from the LP Ginger. Well, got paid, so had to donate again before bills consume my money. Loving the runs. Favorite so far would have to be Monkey Ball DX by Jeff. All the runs are fantastic, and let's hit 750K by the end of this thing. LT gives $30 and says, I have been sufficiently hyped for AGDQ this year, and it has definitely paid off. Good job to all the runners, staff, and donation readers. Thank you. Keep on keeping on. Put this towards Nubis' Dark Souls 2 glitched run.
Oh, he didn't shoot.